All right, we're going to call this meeting to order. The time is now 8:09 a.m. And with our agenda posting, we invited members of the public to view a broadcast of the Board of Directors meeting, which is live at www.youtube.com/State Bar of Texas. We also provided instructions on how to sign up to speak at today's meeting. Sign-ups were available until 5 p.m. yesterday. Members of the public will speak under agenda item number 5, and those members of the public joining us remotely will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it is their turn to speak. Please note that this meeting will be recorded, and the recording will be made available to the public. The State Bar's Executive Director, Trey Fell, will now call roll.
Director Addy.
Here.
Director Benish.
Here.
Director Browning.
Here.
Director Cavazos.
Here.
Director Charbonnet. Director Chiscano.
Here.
Director Crow.
Here.
Judge Davis.
Here.
Director Denbo.
Here.
Director Foster.
Here.
Director Fox Dahlberg.
Here.
Director Gomez.
Here.
Director Greenslade. Director Grodidier.
Here.
Director Harris. Director Harrison.
Here.
Director Hicks.
Here.
Director Huddleston has an excused absence. Director Castle.
Present.
Director Cagg. Director King.
Here.
Director Kugler.
Here.
Senior Justice Learman.
Here.
Director Lindsay. Director Linehan. Director Locke.
Here.
Director Martinez.
Here.
Director Masri.
Howdy.
Director Matea has an excused absence. Judge McClure. Director Mateer. Director Murray has an excused absence. Director Wynn. Director Nicholson. Director Perez.
Here.
Director Popov. Director Quadros. Director Rod. Director Salek. Judge Schrader has an excused absence. Director Silverman. Director Smith.
Here.
Director Sosa.
Here, sir.
Director Spaniel.
Here.
Director Stafford. Director Stahl. Director Tabuada. Director Patty Vargas. Director Santos Vargas.
Here.
Director Venzor has an excused absence. Judge Villarreal.
Here.
Director Voss. Director Weinstein has an excused absence. Director Work has an excused absence. Director Rampelmeyer.
Welcome.
Director Michael Wynn.
Here.
Justice Young has an excused absence. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
All right, we would have Director Deanna Gomez to come deliver the invocation.
Esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, as we sit here this morning, gathered in our shared commitment to upholding the rights and freedoms of all, we appeal to the Creator for wisdom and clarity in the pursuit of justice. We ask for peace in our hearts and strength to advocate for those most in need and vulnerable. May our minds be open to shared knowledge and new pathways to preserve the rule of law. And together, let us strive for excellence, guided by the integrity and compassion of our leaders, especially Chair Harrison and President Vargas, as they guide us in our meeting today.
And up next, I'd like to call Director Cade Browning to lead the board in the pledge to the United States flag and the Texas flags.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Eyes left. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you.
At this time, we would like to welcome any members of the public who have signed up to speak. Any member of the public joining us who wishes to speak should sign one of these blue cards and return it to the staff. If there's a specific topic that you're wanting to discuss or an agenda item you would like to speak on, please list that on the card. If any members of the public have signed up to speak remotely, you will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it is your turn to speak. I will address you to indicate when you may begin. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to speak, and we will notify you when your time is complete. I have one card here. I will call up Carlos Leon. And you may begin.
Soy Carlos Leon. First and foremost, gracias a Dios for letting me put your attorney discipline system on trial. In front of you is my 18-page packet comprised of my cover letter and my grievance once amended against City of Austin attorney Victoria Hayslett, followed by her airport-focused request for decision and library-focused request for decision sent to the Office of Attorney General. Your CDC Assistant Counsel, Bianca Jessica Puente, has twice wrongly classified my evidence-based grievance an inquiry instead of a complaint. Boda backed her once and has docketed my amended grievance for review. This morning, I am in person following up my April 2025 Board of Directors meeting online testimony and materials on these matters. The elephants in the room continue being persistent attorney discipline system problems of bias in attorneys' favor and lack of transparency of the confidential grievance process with respect to unknown decision-making criteria, unknown validity of and reliability across grievance decisions, and unknown reasons some grievances fail and others succeed, documented in Ombudsman Lowe's recent annual report to the Supreme Court of Texas, presented at your January 2025 meeting. Texas Government Code 81.073A1A and A1B4 say, CDC's office shall classify each grievance on receipt as a complaint if the grievance alleges conduct that, if true, constitutes professional misconduct under TDRPC and is submitted by a person who has a cognizable individual interest in or connection to the legal matter or facts alleged in the grievance. Summarized on page 1 is how Hayslett allegedly violated TDRPC Rule 3.03A1 by knowingly making a false statement of material fact to a tribunal, allegedly to deceive Office of Attorney General into wrongly withholding public information I requested by repeatedly conflating Austin's airport with Austin's library, to gaslight OAG into falsely considering the library critical infrastructure, to grant the confidentiality exemption she sought under Texas Government Code 418.181. Serious professional misconduct, also constituting serious crimes of perjury, aggravated perjury, and tampering with governmental record, explicated in my original grievance. Thus, my grievance against Victoria Hayslett should be classified a complaint, forcing your CDC to review and investigate it to determine whether there is just cause. If you are unable and or unwilling to follow your own rules and state statutes,
Thank you, Mr.
you cannot be allowed to oversee yourselves.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Your time's come to an end now. We appreciate you coming to share your thoughts with us. All right. The next public speaker will be on Zoom. We can call in Judge Cohen. All right, Judge Cohen, can you hear us? Oh, you're on mute.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Very
And
good.
your time to speak will begin now.
All right. Very well. Good morning. What I want from the State Bar of Texas Board of Directors is for them to issue a public statement. It's in the letter that I wrote you, and I hope you have read it. And the statement asks you to say, very simply in one sentence, we condemn the executive orders of 2025 against law firms. I'm sure you know the ones I'm talking about. They were made starting against the firm of Perkins Coie, and the last ones were against your own friends and neighbors at a Texas firm right down the street from us in Houston, Sussman Godfrey. Here is what I fear. I fear that the greatest threat to the legal profession in my lifetime is upon us right now, and that when the history of this period is written, it will say that not a word was stated by the State Bar of Texas, our professional organization charged with protecting the legal profession, from this threat. I want to make clear that I've seen some great threats to the legal profession during our time. It's not the ethics threat after Watergate, when everybody said, who could imagine that lawyers would do such thing? Our papers at the State Bar and our journals were filled with that. It's not lawyers advertising. They were filled with that and still are for years. It's not even lawyers getting drunk and killing themselves. Our papers are filled with that. It is that these orders threaten the independence and threaten to kill the legal profession. I'm not somebody who hates the State Bar. I love the State Bar. I still remember my first CLE. I can tell you who the speakers were and what some of them said. I remember the Texas Lawyers Weekly Digest, which gave me an edge every Monday at docket call. Only maybe Chief Justice Abbott and maybe Mr. Apfel might Governor Abbott might remember the Texas Lawyers Weekly Digest. I was honored to be named the chair of the Advanced Civil Trial and Advanced Criminal Law seminars. I bought insurance for my life and my family through the State Bar. I represented State Bar committees 3 times in 3 different legislatures, and it was certified me in 2 areas. I love the State Bar, but I fear that when the history is written, it will be shameful because they'll say they did not say anything. Every one of these orders, 4 out of 4, has been resoundingly ruled unconstitutional by federal judges appointed by presidents of both parties. I've been told by the way, could you give me a 30-second warning if I'm going to be
You
cut
have
off?
about 10 seconds.
Oh boy. Well, I've been told by a former president of the State Bar that it would be suicide for you to speak out on this. It might be, but consider the
Time has
risk.
come to an end now,
Speaking.
Judge Cohen. Thank you for sharing your views with us. We appreciate you coming today.
I want to especially thank Trey Apfel, Jennifer Reams for their courtesy in guiding me on how to address this group. And I want to also especially thank Chris Ritter, but not too well if this is being recorded, so that nobody will come to look for him after they come looking for me. He wasn't that nice to me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the privilege of addressing this group. If you haven't read my letter, I beg you to do so.
All right, we will have Linda McLean. Can you hear us okay? And you're muted.
Is that better? You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All
May I-
right, your time may start now.
Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity and the privilege of speaking with you today. My name is Linda McLean, and I'm an attorney serving families across the state of Texas as a full-time mediator. I would like to share a few thoughts about our responsibility to promote a return to civility within our profession and within ourselves as individuals. Our nation was founded in part on the notion that all should have the ability to freely engage in debate about our values and about the things that make us unique. But free exchange of ideas can only occur in an environment which is founded on mutual respect, objectivity, and civility. As a profession, we must safeguard and zealously promote the right to disagree without derision, express our thoughts without fear of retribution, and establish a vision for the world around us without the possibility that violence will ever be an acceptable outcome. For most of us, myself included, that means we must give recognition that sometimes meaningful discourse is less about proving that we are right and more about providing an opportunity for everyone to be heard. Mediators across the state were challenged by our own Texas Supreme Court in its ethical guidelines for mediators to utilize specialized skills to maintain neutrality and foster an environment where a peaceful solution is possible. These skills include things like selection of non-judgmental, non-inflammatory language, use of silence intentionally as a space for thoughtful reflection, reframing information to avoid misunderstanding, validating the opinions of others to build consensus, and choosing to simply refrain from responding in a manner that will inevitably bring further discord. All of these skills can be taught to others. That realization led me to ask a cohort of dispute resolution colleagues, including past and present ADR section leadership, to meet and identify ways that we as attorney mediators can address this need. We've been brainstorming for several weeks now, and some initial thoughts include providing age-appropriate mediation training for public school teachers and students, perhaps in the context of promoting anti-bullying skill sets, to get students truly thinking about why word choice matters, and to equip all stakeholders with real-life strategies for de-escalating conflict. We are keenly aware that any such initiative, if it's going to prove effective, must be completely non-political and nonpartisan, and we are committed to gatekeeping that mandate. Our cohort would like direction from the bar as we continue to explore opportunities in furtherance of these goals that
Thank
I've
you, Ms.
shared.
McLean.
Thank you. I
Your 3
appreciate
minutes
it.
is up now. We
All right.
appreciate you
Thank
coming
you.
and sharing your
Y'all
thoughts
have a
with us
great
today.
day.
Thank you. All right, I believe we have now heard from every member of the public who signed up to speak, and the public comment period is now closed. During the remainder of the meeting, if there are any board members or staff who wish to speak, please approach the microphone and I will let you know when it's your turn to speak. And also just some housekeeping, we're going to take a break around agenda item number 12. Before my report, we're going to take an item out of order, and I'm going to call Justice Learman up to speak on 18A.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and President Vargas, and all of these wonderful colleagues of ours. I want to start by, on behalf of the court, thanking you all for what you do. We know that you're volunteers. We know that your time is valuable, and we truly appreciate everything that you do for the state of Texas and for our profession. I also want to thank the staff. They're unbelievable. I say this every time, but I can't say it enough. Thank you all for what you do. You are unbelievable. Trey jokes that whenever we call, he answers, and that's a good thing. He does. So we've had a lot of changes on the court, and I just want to talk about a few of them because I think there's some things that are important that you all need to have on your radar. Number one, as you all know, we lost our Chief Justice, Nathan Hecht, who'd served for 35 years on the court. That's been a big change for the court. We have Jimmy Blacklock, who has taken his place. I was talking about this yesterday, and it's true. Over the years, I've been on the court for so long that I went through another transition whenever we had Wallace Jefferson, who was when Nathan Hecht took his place. And that transition, largely, I'm sure, because Chief Justice Hecht had been on the court for so long, it was very seamless. There was not much change, really. That's really not the case now. Justice Blacklock has a different style, a different personality, and we're all adjusting to it. He's great. He's wonderful. He's doing a great job, but the court is undergoing some real change right now. And some of the things that I'm going to talk about that you all need to be aware of are largely prompted from some things that he was concerned about. Also, I do want to mention Jeff Boyd, wonderful Jeff Boyd. He was a wonderful justice on our court. If anybody would do anything he could to try to remove himself from his own personal views about things, and we all try to do that, but we are human beings. Nobody has ever done it more than he did. He's wonderful. It's a great loss to the state of Texas, his retiring, but we will find somebody, or the governor will, and we are very hopeful that it's going to be someone who will live up to those great standards that Justice Boyd set forth for us. During the regular session, there were a few things that I just wanted to mention briefly. We had a House bill that relates to certain personal identifying information retained by government entities, and it basically has to do with the violence that we all know is with us, and the fact that public officials, judges, other public officials are in danger. And so we are trying to figure out what we can do to try to help make that a better situation and provide more security for those people who really are vulnerable. We also have something to do relating with the temporary attorney licensing of military spouses and military service members who are stationed in Texas. So be aware of that. If you know anybody who's here because of the military and their wife is an attorney or their husband is an attorney, then we're looking at trying to give them some temporary privileges to practice law, but just temporary. And the business court bill, we have been instructed to do some things to make some improvements there. As you all know, we've had several special sessions, and one of those special sessions, one of the bills that passed was primarily requiring some rulemaking on behalf of the court to revisit the expedited actions rule. We adopted the Uniform Deposition and Discovery Act. Those of you who are litigators know that oftentimes there'll be litigation in another state. Someone here needs to be deposed, needs to be subpoenaed. And so now we are in accordance with, it's 46 other states who have adopted this. And I think it's going to be a really good thing for our state. Instead of just doing it our own way, which differs from the way many, many states does it, now we are being in accordance with the other states. And that was effective October 31st. You still can get a protective order if you need to get something done that's out of line with regard to the subpoena. And if there's any premises inspection, they aren't going to be able to do that in accordance with the Uniform Act. The act that we adopted states very clearly that you still have the protections that we typically have had under state law. So know that. We're looking at law school accreditation. As you know, in the past, many years ago, the court decided which law schools would satisfy the study requirements for licensure. Then in '83, the court delegated that authority to the ABA. And our Chief Justice is really looking at that. I think that we're going to revisit that, and we're going to have some of our own internal processes. We want to make sure that it's still very diligent and that we do what we need to have to do in terms of figuring that out, but we are revisiting that. Another thing that I want to talk about briefly, but I think you really need to know this, and that is especially those of you, and even those of you who do not do appellate work, most of you are somehow dealing with the possibility of doing appellate work. And we are in the process of completely revisiting our petition process. As you all know, or you may not know, several decades ago, we read petitions that were 50 pages in length. We read anywhere from 20 to 40 petitions every single week, and that's a lot of reading if it's going to be 50 pages. It's almost unmanageable. It was unmanageable. So what happened back then is that those petitions, those 20 to 40 a week, and I mean that goes through Christmas break, holiday break, every single week, was divided out among the 9 chambers. The appellate bar didn't like that, and I don't blame them. I wouldn't like it either. And so we made a pledge that we would change that practice. So we have 15-page petitions now, and we read every single thing, and I can tell you, and I often joke, but it's not really a joke, and that is, if you don't like to read, write, and study, this is not the job for you. I read anywhere from 8, 10, 12 hours a day, and that's just the fact of the matter, and so do all of us. We read everything. The move is to make those petitions longer. And my concern is I have to be realistic. If those petitions are going to be longer, they can't be so long. There's only so many hours in the day. And let's be realistic. I cannot read 20 hours a day. I just can't. I wish I could, but I can't. And so what we're thinking about doing is having a longer petition, but it's going to have a summary at that front end. And in those first 5, 6 pages, if you all don't get our attention and say, okay, where we say, I want to read further, then we're going to shut the book. So if you all have any problems with that, let us know, because we're on the brink of doing something like that. The good thing of what that does is it keeps it keeps you all from having to do full briefing before we actually grant review. Right now, the process is that you all do full briefing before we grant review, and of those cases that you all have been doing full briefing on, almost 50%, sometimes more, we do not grant review. That is not efficient. That is not good for your clients, it's not good for you, it's costly, and it's a lot of work that just is going down the drain. We don't want that to happen. So we're trying to balance these two issues of being able to read everything and being realistic about it while still making sure that you and your clients are not having to impose something on yourselves that is really too onerous. If you have any issues again on that, I do want you to let me know. I have a specific, if I can find it here, a particular place that you all need to let me know if you have any kind of issues. Let me find it. It is, brought it up here. Rules, comments at txcourts.gov. We read everything. Our rules attorney reads everything that comes in. We pay attention to it. They're all summarized for us. And I can tell you, don't think that you're writing to us is just going to go into a black hole. I promise you, I absolutely promise you, that will not happen. Briefly, I want to talk about the docketing process that we're looking at changing in Austin and San Antonio. I know there's a lot of concern about it. Another thing, you all need to let us know your concerns. I can tell you that if it happens, what we're trying to do is make sure that a judge is going to be conscientious about the cases that are filed in his or her court. We're not trying to make it hard to get a hearing. Courts are still going to retain their right under the Constitution to be flexible, to trade around as they need to. My question has always been, but what about those lawyers who cannot get into court? Well, what I've been told is that you're going to be able to, this is what we're considering, not voted on yet, is to file a petition that or a request that, and you have to do this tactfully. You can't go say, well, Judge, you're not doing your job. I'm not saying that. I know you can't do that. But you can say, I've got this very important matter. I think that one of your other colleagues could probably get in, we could get in quicker. So could you please let that happen? No, we're thinking about those kinds of things. There's a lot going on. I could talk forever. I want to end by thanking you all for what you do. You all, I have never seen in the history of this country, at least I haven't during my lifetime, in this divided time that we live in, a need for lawyers more than there are now. And I want to thank every single person in this court, in this room, because you all are the foot soldiers of the rule of law. And I have faith that we're going to be okay. And you know why we're going to be okay? Because every one of you, you do what you do to protect us and to protect the rule of law. And for that, I cannot tell you from the bottom of my heart how thankful I am. Thank every one of you.
Thank you, Justice Learman. Are there any comments or questions from directors? Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to agenda item number 6, which is the chair report. If any director wishes to remove any item from the consent agenda to be placed on the regular agenda, please let me know now. If not, okay, hearing no request for modification of the consent agenda, we need a motion to approve the consent agenda. Okay. All right, it's been moved by Director Nicholson and seconded by Director Castle. And is there any discussion? All right, all directors in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, the motion passes. All right, next I will call up our President Vargas for the presentation of the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. This morning, I have the pleasure of presenting a board resolution to one of the most respected members of the Austin legal community. I'd like Ms. Laura Fowler to please come forward. Laura, can you please come and join us up front? While you do, I'll tell the board just a little bit about your amazing life story. Ms. Fowler is a 45-year member of the State Bar of Texas and a member of the Pro Bono College. She received her JD from Baylor University School of Law and began her legal career in 1980 by serving her country as Lieutenant Junior Grade in the U.S. Navy Judge Advocate General's Corps aboard the warship USS Guadalcanal. In 1983, Ms. Fowler returned to Texas to enter private practice, and in 2007, founded the Fowler Law Firm PC, where she serves as managing partner. She regularly provides pro bono legal services through the Austin Bar Association, Veterans Pro Bono Legal Clinic, and Volunteer Legal Services of Central Texas, and gives her time and resources to many other local charities and civic organizations. The Fowler Law Firm was awarded top pro bono firm by the Travis County Women Lawyers Association in 2009, and the following year received the W. Frank Newton Award from the State Bar of Texas for its pro bono and community service work. In addition, in 2016, Ms. Fowler founded the Loving It Lawyers Club for senior lawyers as a section of the Austin Bar Association, and has been instrumental in programming high-quality CLE for the group, honoring its 50-year lawyers annually and encouraging its members to do pro bono work and to mentor younger attorneys. She's also a top donor to the Austin Bar Foundation and was instrumental in that organization's purchase of a future home. Today, the State Bar of Texas honors Laura Fowler with this resolution for her outstanding efforts on behalf of the people of Texas, her dedication to the Austin community, and her unwavering commitment to the legal profession as a whole. Congratulations, Laura. Congratulations, and thank you so much.
All right, next we'll have my general reports. Board Effect and the State Bar email. Remember that Board Effect is there to increase efficiency and reduce printing costs by giving all of us a single place for our secure online access to everything you need to fulfill your duties as a director. Along those lines, directors, this is a reminder. Please make sure you are RSVPing to meetings and filling out all of those surveys and reviewing all of your meeting materials before we get here through the Board Effect portal. Pro tip, as soon as you do it, you'll stop getting those notification emails. So if you do it the first time, you don't have to get a bunch more emails. And then also with the State Bar email, if you don't already have it like linked to your Outlook, what I do, because that's too much in my inbox, I have it bookmarked on my Google Chrome, and I just check that Board Effect once, and then check the State Bar email, and then I start my day. And then I try and check it one more time before I leave. So just get in that habit, and that way you won't miss anything. And again, those emails will stop as soon as you RSVP. All right. We will also be tracking attendance for performance measures. Earlier this year, the Performance Measures and Strategic Planning Subcommittee proposed, and the Board of Directors approved a new performance measure regarding the board. It requires us to measure the number of directors in attendance at board meetings and committee meetings. These measurements will be reported at the end of the year online in the Bar Journal. So please keep in mind that when you are managing your schedules, and make sure you attend all the board meetings and committee meetings whenever possible. I know it seems early, but we're going to start solicitation of candidates for chair to serve the 2026-2027 Board of Directors. Our board policy states that a second-year director who desires to be nominated for the position of chair shall notify the chair in writing before the second quarterly board meeting of his or her intention to seek the position for the following organizational year. Those interested should include a written statement that they would believe would be informative to the board in its selection of the chair. So if you're a second-year director interested in serving as chair next year, please send the letter of intent and your statement to me no later than Friday, December 5th. And there will be some reminders, but just keep that date in mind. Up next, I will now call our Executive Director, Trey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, directors. Good morning. Judge Cohen was right. I do remember the Texas Weekly Digest very vividly. It was a great help. Justice Learman was wrong, because I don't joke about when she calls. It doesn't matter where it is, I pick up the phone and answer it. But we are so lucky to have Justice Learman, Senior Justice Learman, and Justice Young as the Supreme Court liaisons to our State Bar Board of Directors. They, as you can tell from the passion in Justice Learman's remarks, they have our back. They support us, they guide us, they ask questions of us, they seek our input, and we're a team. So any chance you get, and I know you do, be sure and thank them for their service as well. I want to bring you up to date on some of the happenings since our annual meeting, beginning first with our Texas Bar College Summer Schools held July 9th through the 11th in Galveston. It was a great time to spend time in Galveston and call it work. Good programming, good attendance. It was a time for us to be able to meet with the Texas Bar College board members and share some ideas relative to that. It was a great success. We also had our local bar leaders conference later in July. Many of you were in attendance at that. Thank you for your attendance. Because you being there shows a level of credibility and caring that is important to our local bars. Holding that conference fulfills our statutory obligation to assist local bars with formation, with activities that keeps the connection with the state bar also strong, and that's very important. And as y'all know, you go and speak to many of your local bars in your districts, and that's very important, and we commend you for that. Also, thanks to TYLA and the Texas Access to Justice Commission for partnering with the State Bar and putting on that program. Next, I had an opportunity to attend the National Association of Bar Executives meeting, and at that meeting, I meet with bar executives from around the country. That includes both unified mandatory bars and voluntary bars. But obviously the group that I am most closely connected and share most of our time together is the unified mandatory bars. And we do this to compare notes. Many of the same issues that impact the State Bar of Texas impact Louisiana, Florida, Alabama, and many others. And we have a chance to share ideas, share misery sometimes, because some of the issues that we're faced with are not always easy. Also, in conjunction with the Bar Exec meeting is the National Conference of Bar Presidents and also the Southern Conference of Bar Presidents. At the National Conference of Bar Presidents meeting, President Vargas participated in a panel, and on that panel was Jonathan Cole, who is the chair of the ABA House of Delegates, Alpha Brady, who is the executive director of the ABA, and there was another voluntary bar, the president of the Nashville Bar, who was also on the panel. That panel was an opportunity for President Vargas to address issues that impact unified mandatory bars. These discussions have been going on for several years. I remember back when I was president in 2014, and they talked about the challenges to the mandatory bars, and I thought to myself, no way, there's no way. Fast forward 10 years, and the challenges were and are real. As you know, President Vargas had that opportunity, and President Vargas used that opportunity to speak to this group of national leaders to very artfully explain what we do and what we do not do, and what we can do and what we can't do relative to the restrictions that are placed upon us by the 1990 United States Supreme Court Keller case, and then the two Fifth Circuit cases that have come out in the last 3 to 4 years, McDonald and Boudreaux. And President Vargas used that opportunity to advise these leaders from around the country as to how to approach these issues. And it was an absolute watershed moment because he laid it out. He went from Keller, he went through McDonald, he went through Boudreaux, he went through our own Chief Justice Jimmy Blacklock's comments at the State of the Judiciary, where Chief Justice Blacklock directly said to the State Bar shall remain politically neutral in all that it does and in all perception relative to what it does. Those are some pretty strong words. So what President Vargas did was he addressed the questions about, such as Judge Cohen's comments this morning. The State Bar needs to speak out on the rule of law. The State Bar needs to speak out on an independent judiciary. Yes and no. The State Bar has to remain the rock of the profession. And the State Bar has to make sure we protect our right of self-regulation, our right to vote on the rules that regulate us and the leaders that lead us. So we have to protect that. Lawyers, in their individual capacities and in their local affiliate bars and affinity bar capacities, can go out and get on the highest mountain and speak about the rule of law and the independent judiciary. And the State Bar will be here for you, protecting that right of self-regulation while lawyers go out and, as Justice Lehrman says, serve as the foot soldier for our profession. So I want to congratulate President Vargas for the work that he put in at that meeting. And he and I and President-elect Smith had many leaders from around the country approach us in the days following that presentation and say thank you. Thank you for your clarity. Thank you for your level of educating us. Thank you for standing with us. So I want to take this moment to congratulate President Vargas and say thank you. Good job, Santos. Okay, moving on. Our State Bar Succession Planning Project also received the 2025 Solo and Small Firm Project Award at this meeting. Director Castle was there, among others, and the award was from the ABA Solo, Small Firm, and General Practice Division, which we're very proud of. You see, I'm standing there with Judge Melody Wilkinson and Greg Sampson from our Law Practice Management Committee. I attended that luncheon where he received that award, and I was very proud of that. And congratulations to our Law Practice Management folks within the State Bar, because we have a great resource and toolkit from that standpoint. So good job. Our Texas Bar CLE Advanced Family Law program was held again in San Antonio. Great success. It was August 4th through the 7th. I've heard many members congratulate us on the quality of that program. Our own Chris Nicholson and Chris Rampelmeyer are contributors to that, along with other family law attorneys. And that is, from all accounts, that is the largest CLE in the country. It brings in about 2,000 registrants and attendees. It's a great program, and it's really nationally renowned. Leadership SBOT. Our Leadership SBOT program held its first meeting last week in Austin. There you see our class on the screen with President Vargas. This marks the start of our 18th class. Though it was their first meeting, it's inspiring to see how quickly the new class began forming connections within their group. The camaraderie was evident from the start. We were honored to have President Vargas and TYLA President Allison Martinez lead us and share their personal leadership journeys with the class. Both delivered simply powerful and motivating messages. I was blown away. I've heard a lot of leaders speak over the years, And these were just very powerful presentations. And I was so proud of Allison and President Vargas, President Martinez and President Vargas. They did a great job, and they were that class was spellbound when they were talking, as was I. On Friday, the class visited UT Law School for what we call speed mentoring session with members of MWPL, Minority Women Pursuing Law. It's a program founded by Judge Aurora Martinez-Jones. It was a full circle moment because Judge Martinez-Jones is an alumna of the 2012-2013 Leadership SBOT class. The event brought together over 40 aspiring law students, many of whom had never met a lawyer before. The attorneys and the class provided guidance, shared their experiences, answered questions, helping to inspire our next generation of lawyers. The program featured obviously outstanding speakers, including Justice Jeff Boyd, recently retired from the Supreme Court. He's a great speaker and a great leader. It was good to have him there. I'm not finished yet. It was memorable and it was impactful and a great start to the leadership program. To show you the reach of the program, 52 Leadership SBOT class members have gone on to serve on the TYLA board. 2 have served as TYLA chairs, and 4 presidents, including Allison Martinez. Currently, the TYLA board has 11 Leadership SBOT past members. 5 class members have served on the State Bar of Texas Board of Directors, including Madam Chair Brittany Harrison. 3 class members have been our TMCP chairs. Many have gone on to be involved in local bars and TYLA affiliates, as well as State Bar Committee and sections. A special thanks to the folks on the screen right now. Jennifer Reams, Tracy Brown, Karen Chevins, and Kaylin Laney. They have run this program for 18 years, and they do it in addition to the other daily duties that they have, and they do a fantastic job. And it is just simply a great program, all due to their efforts. Next up, the State Bar's free CLE program for solo and small firm practitioners continues this year in advance of our board meetings. This is a tradition that goes back to 2013. Our latest CLE took place yesterday here at the Law Center. I want to thank Senior Justice Deborah Learman, President Vargas, Director Chris Nicholson, David Gonzalez of the law firm of Sumter and Gonzalez, also a contributor to our Leadership SBOT program, and Ken and Lily Wooten of Scott, Douglas, and McConaughey for speaking at this event. At the program, they heard updates on the Supreme Court, State Bar of Texas, family law, criminal law, and attorney's fees. The State Bar is continuing our efforts to address the needs for succession planning resources for Texas lawyers. During the 2024-2025 bar year, members of the Law Practice Management Committee and the Law Practice Management staff presented at 11 programs for local bars and sections on succession planning. These presentations highlighted the resources the State Bar has available to assist lawyers with succession planning, including our succession planning toolkit and the online portal that attorneys can use to designate a custodian attorney for their practice. This initiative is continuing this year. In addition to the presentations on this issue in Texas, we are now receiving requests to share our knowledge and resources outside of Texas. If you would like to schedule a presentation for your local bar, please contact our Law Practice Management Department or contact me and we'll get it set up. In your materials at your desk, we have the newly published annual report of the State Bar of Texas and Volunteer and Staff Guide. I encourage you to look at those, read through them. In the Volunteer and Staff Guide, you, our board, are highlighted on pages 14 through 21. So you take up a good portion of that volunteer and staff guide, and you're highlighted there, and we thank you for that. Also, the October issue of the Texas Bar Journal, which is going to be hitting your desk October 1, I want to say a few words about that and the standing committee that helps put it together. That is the Texas Bar Journal Board of Editors. They meet regularly to advise me as the editor-in-chief and our TBJ staff on matters of both policy and content. The committee also puts together the themes for each issue of the journal and assigns authors to write articles in line with that theme. I always appreciate the work of the committee, but today I want to shine a spotlight on Brittany Harrison, who, in addition to serving as chair of this board, is an active member of our board of editors. Brittany and fellow committee member Anna Archer stepped up to lead this October 2025 issue of the TBJ, which focuses on multi-generational intersection of practicing law. There currently are 5 generations in the workforce, and I wrote these down: traditionalist, baby boomer, Gen X, millennial, and Gen Z. And the journal offers some great insight into how to navigate the intersection of those 5 generations. Thank you, Chair Harrison and the entire Board of Editors for your excellent work this month and every month. (1415) Lavaca, right outside this wall, outside this door. We have an owner's rep in connection with our work moving forward on that building. The owner's rep's name is Square One. They have been giving us some great advice and counsel and guidance and direction, and we're very grateful to the work that they have put in on our behalf. We are continuing to work with Square One and our architect, the Lawrence Group, to finalize designs and make some design modifications. Once we get that finalized, we will be engaging on our capital campaign so that we can then talk about a construction start date. So we've updated our building special planning committee that is led by Chair Sylvia Barunda Firth, and we're moving forward very well on that front. Also, I want to congratulate another member of our board, Judge Jesse McClure from the Court of Criminal Appeals. Judge McClure received the 2025 Exemplary Speaker Award at the Texas Center for the Judiciary's Excellence in Education Awards. Good job, Judge. And now it's my pleasure to announce the Staff Excellence Award for this quarter. And I'm proud to recognize 2 of our outstanding staff members with this award from the Attorney Career Development Department. They are Program Coordinator Sarah Rich and Administrative Assistant Macy Earhart. Y'all want to come up while I'm talking about you? Sarah and Macy work largely behind the scenes, but their impact is wide-ranging. Their programs and initiatives impact individuals across the entire education and career pipeline, from early outreach to K through 12 students, through law school, and into professional practice. As part of TMCP, Texas Bar Membership Connection Program, Networking Through Service Initiative, attorneys visit K through 12 schools and speak with students to encourage them and inspire them to consider careers in the legal profession. This outreach is more than just a presentation. It's an opportunity to plant the seed of possibility in the minds of our youth. It's especially powerful when students see attorneys who look like them. And when students see someone like that in a position of influence, it helps them visualize themselves in that role. It is because of Sarah and Macy that their flagship program, TMCP, is one of the state's most popular and successful conferences. This conference has been going on for 35 years. Their consistent excellence in organization, meticulous planning, and teamwork makes this event not only possible, but exceptional. Their responsibilities are broad and many. They handle everything from coordinating program logistics and processing registrations and sponsorships to creating graphic designs and collaborating with state bar standing committees. Despite the complexity of their job and the roles, they carry out their work with professionalism, creativity, and genuine care. They are respected by the volunteers they work with, who consistently praise their work ethic, clear communication, and kindness. I saw Shannon Quadros, who has served as a past chair of TMCP. When he saw them come in the room, he jumped up and went and gave them a hug and greeted them. I see everything. It's clear that they've earned the trust and admiration of those around them, and they remain steadfast, reliable, and committed to excellence in everything they do. Congratulations, and thank you for the work that you do on behalf of the State Bar. Madam Chair, that completes my report.
Are there any comments or questions from any directors? All right, up next, we will move on to our report from the president. President Vargas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start off by thanking Trey for the kind words. I knew I was all right. I didn't know that was that good. You really sold it, so thank you there. But before I get started with the substance of my report, I want to take a moment to honor the life and the legacy of one of our own. Alistair B. Dawson, former director of the State Bar of Texas, former chair of the Texas Bar Foundation, former president of the Houston Bar Association, a leader among leaders, a giant of our legal community. He had an impact on so many of us in this room and so many people in the community at large. So I'd like to take a moment of silence to honor Alistair and everything he's done for our community. Thank you all for that moment of silence. Next, I'd like to ask two of our excellent staff members, Jennifer Reams and Tammy Knoll, to please join us at the front. Come on, Jennifer. Is Tammy here? I want to spend a couple of minutes talking about the remarkable work that both Jennifer and Tammy do for everybody in this room. They work really, really hard, scheduling, keeping us on track, making sure that the trains are running on time. And they deserve our utmost respect, and we need to do everything that we can to honor them. That said, as hard as they work to make sure that we have our meetings running on time, to make sure that our hotels are set up, that our food is there, that everything that we need to do to conduct the business of the State Bar, sometimes we still have some issues with directors not showing up whenever we tell Jennifer and Tammy where we're going to be and at what time we're going to be there. I want everybody in this room to take a moment to look at these ladies here and think about the remarkable work that they do, and promise that if you tell them you're going to be somewhere, you tell them where you're going to be, let's do it. Let's do everything we can to honor them and the work that they do. They are truly remarkable, and I want to make sure that they feel the love that we have for them. So let's do everything that we can to please honor them. Thank you. All right, so a little bit of an update on what I've been up to since our last meeting in June at the State Bar annual meeting. I've been working hard. I've been out there doing everything I can to represent this organization to the best of my ability. I've been to close to 40 events over the course of the last couple of months, and I'm going to continue working as hard as I can for everybody in this room and the 118,000 lawyers across the state of Texas. But I really don't want to spend time this morning talking about everywhere I've been, everything I've done. I want to talk about you. In fact, in June, I challenged our district directors to get out and talk to their local bar associations, to get out there and set up meetings, schedule time to go out and meet with the local bars in your area. And many of you have done that. And so one of the things that I told everybody is that we were going to have a wall of honor, that we were going to honor our district directors who were getting out there and doing the hard work of being ambassadors for our state bar, because that's such an important and crucial part of what we can do. And many of you have taken up that challenge and you've done exactly that. So I'd like at this time to pull up our wall of honor and honor all of the district directors that you see on the screen. Steve Benish, Kate Browning, Steve Toscano, Natalie Kaler-Denbo, Director Greenslade, Director Harrison, Amy Rod, Jed Silverman, David Smith, Craig Stahl, Paul Stafford, and Patty Rouse Vargas. Thank you all for everything that you have done. So we have a few district directors up there now. By the next board meeting, I would like to see 100% participation from this board. I want every district director to be on that wall of honor, and it's as easy as making a phone call to one of the many local bar associations in your district and setting up a time to talk. That's all we're asking you to do. We're not even asking you to give the presentation yet. Just set up a time and make an appointment to go out and talk to your district or to your local bars in your district about all of the great benefits that the state bar has to offer. I can tell you that our staff works incredibly hard to set up member benefits for the 118,000 lawyers in the State Bar of Texas. And it's our job as directors to go out there and let those lawyers know how hard everybody in this building works. So at this time, everybody on the wall of honor, can we please get up to the front and take a big picture together?
Now I have the mic.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Have Michael travel.
For those of you who are in the process of setting up a time to go out and speak to one of your local bar associations, at the time that you do set that up, the PowerPoint slides are ready to go. They're loaded into BoardEffect. They're available. If you can't find them, reach out to Jennifer Reams or Tammy or Lowell. They'll be happy to shoot them right over to you. But again, we want to make sure that everybody in this room who's a district director is on that wall of honor by our next board meeting. Okay, next I have another really important topic that I want to bring up on what part of our duties are as directors of this State Bar of Texas, and that is grievance appointments. So as I go out and speak to lawyers every single time that I have a speaking engagement, the very first thing that I talk about is the benefit, the number one benefit of being a member of the State Bar of Texas. And that benefit that I always remind everybody about is the fact that we have the privilege of practicing in a self-regulated profession with an independent grievance system. But in order for that grievance system to work, we have to have members of those grievance panels. And across the state, we currently have multiple vacancies. These vacancies should have been filled in June. In fact, June 1st. Shauna Willing is here with us, and I know she's going to speak to this a little bit later as well, but I can tell you that if we want to continue to be self-regulated as a profession, to be unique among professions in the state of Texas, in order for the wheels of justice to continue turning, we need directors to make the appointments in their district. So I want to call out the ones that we're currently missing so that we're all clear, because I would like all of these vacancies to be filled by next Friday, please. And so currently, we have 2 public member vacancies in District 1. Director Jeff Weinstein, I know Jeff Weinstein is not here with us today. Where are our Dallas folks? Dallas, where you at? Okay, Dallas, we have 3 public member vacancies that we need filled like yesterday. And so surely in the Metroplex, there are 3 members of the public that we can call on to fill those grievance panels. So please, by next Friday, I want our Dallas district directors to get in touch with Shauna Willing and make sure that those 3 public member vacancies are filled. And lastly, in Lubbock, we have 2 attorney member vacancies. I believe Director Linehan is not with us today. I'll reach out to her and remind her. But again, folks, this is so incredibly important. In order to continue operating in a self-regulated profession with an independent grievance system, we have to do our job and make sure that those vacancies are filled. So please, by next Friday, let's make sure that all of these are filled. And Shauna Willing will be very, very happy with you if we do. Okay. Next topic, I want to talk a little bit about what the State Bar is doing on the technology and the AI front. As many of you know, under President Cindy Tisdale's leadership, we started the task force that was known as TRAIL, the Task Force for Responsible AI in the Law. We, at I believe the June board meeting, created what is now known as the Emerging Technology Committee, subcommittee of the State Bar, which is a permanent standing committee of the State Bar. We filled it with some of the top lawyers that work in the field of technology and AI, and they've been working really hard, and we're very proud of the work that they're doing. In fact, they had their first meeting on September 3rd. Some of the projects the Emerging Technology Committee is considering for the coming year include enhancing the content available on the AI toolkit to keep it current and useful for members, collaborating with Texas Bar CLE to host a one-day CLE program on AI, and conducting a follow-up to the 2024 AI in the Practice of Law survey to compare year-over-year trends, and launching a regular digest of AI legal, regulatory, and judicial developments, and developing a security incident playbook with guidelines for safeguards. We've also launched over the course of the last several months what's known as the State Bar of Texas's AI Toolkit for Lawyers. I can tell you, we just came back from the National Conference of Bar Presidents. Trey talked about this a little bit. And when he talks about other bar leaders from across the country coming up to Texas and wanting to know what we're doing on lots of different topics, AI is at the top of the list. In fact, the AI Toolkit that we just launched is truly cutting edge. It's the first of its kind program in the entire country. I'm very incredibly proud of the task force and the staff for everything that they've done to put this together. We've had over 8,000 views so far on the AI Toolkit, and lawyers are very interested, especially on things like the ethical use of technology and AI in their practices. And so very, very proud of everything that we're doing on the AI and on the tech front. And there is a lot more to come, and we're very proud of that committee. So with that, the last thing that I want to update everyone on is this year's State Bar Access to Justice Initiative, what we've termed or coined Stand with Santos. And I want to spend a little bit of time just letting everybody know how this program came to fruition and where we're at. So just a little bit of history on this Access to Justice Initiative. In the months leading up to my swearing in as president of the State Bar of Texas, I really started thinking about and trying to hone in on and focus on what I really wanted to spend my time really dedicated to during my presidency of the State Bar of Texas. And I started thinking about some statistics that I'd heard. Thinking about statistics like the fact that we have low-income Texans who have 90% of their civil legal needs that go unmet. Thinking about the fact that in Texas, we're 46th in the country when it comes to funding civil legal needs for the poor. Thinking about the fact that over 50% of Texans qualify for civil legal aid. And then thinking about this stat, which just completely blew me away, that in the United States, including in the state of Texas, we spend more money on Halloween costumes for our pets, no joke, than we do on civil legal aid for the poor. And so thinking about all of that, I decided that we were going to focus, and I was going to focus on access to justice during my presidency. We put together an infrastructure, we put together a website, we worked with Texas Access to Justice Foundation, and we worked with them so not a dollar of donations that we'd raised would ever come into the State Bar hands, but instead go directly to the Texas Access to Justice Foundation. We set up an account with them so that folks, whenever they made a donation, would get immediately a receipt from the Access to Justice Foundation for tax reporting purposes. And we launched this campaign on June 20th at my swearing in, and that day we raised over $13,000. And then knowing how incredibly busy this year was going to be, and knowing that I had a very small window of time to spend some time with my lovely wife, our 15-year-old daughter, our 13-year-old son, and our 7-year-old daughter, we decided that we were going to take that short window of time and go on vacation. We had a wonderful vacation, went out of the country, and we boarded an overnight flight back into Austin on the evening of July the 3rd. And we landed back in Austin about 9:30 in the morning on July the 4th, Independence Day. And almost as soon as we landed, we started getting hit with text messages, with news reports, with phone calls from people that we knew about the devastating flooding that was going on in the Texas Hill Country. And just to give you a little bit of perspective, my family and I live in Kendall County, one county over from Kerr County, where the epicenter of the flooding was. In fact, our 7-year-old daughter was scheduled to start camp in Kerrville the following Monday. And so it really hit home when we landed and we started getting all these phone calls and text messages. And to give you a little bit more perspective, we live about 150 yards from the Guadalupe River. And so in order to get back into our home, back to our neighborhood, we had to cross a bridge that spanned the Guadalupe. The Guadalupe, typically in our neighborhood, runs about 1.5 to 2 feet deep. And after we started getting all of these reports about all of the flooding and the campers and the vacationers and the folks that lived along the Guadalupe, we were concerned. So we raced home, and we expected that when we crossed that bridge over the Guadalupe, that we were going to see a massive wall of water. And instead, this is what we saw. It was still about 1.5 feet to 2 feet deep. Hadn't changed. What we didn't realize is that wall of water had not yet worked its way down from Hunt, from Ingram, from Kerr, down to the portion of the Guadalupe that we lived on. And so all day long, we kept on going back and forth to the Guadalupe to see if the water had really kind of come through yet. And all day long, the river level was exactly the same. And then we went out one final time at dusk. We'd been out about an hour and a half before, and we went out that final time. This is what we saw. These are the pictures that we took as we crossed over that same bridge, where just an hour and a half before, the river was still about 1.5 to 2 feet deep. The water level at this point in time was approaching 40 feet deep. And that's when it hit us. That's when me and Patty and our kids hit us like a ton of bricks, that those folks had just dealt with the most incredible circumstances, early morning hours in the dark, with very, very little time to react. So I knew that we had to do something on the pro bono front to help all the folks that have been devastated. Jumped on the phone with Trey, jumped on the phone with TRLA. We started working with them to do everything we could to bolster and support their efforts, worked with the Texas Access to Justice Foundation. And what was really enlightening, talking to the folks over at TRLA, is that this legal need is a need that develops not in the days, not in the weeks, but months and years after a disaster like this, and they need funding. They need volunteers. And so we started doing exactly that. I went out and started speaking to folks all across the state and doing everything I can to raise funds and to raise volunteers for this effort. And I'm proud to report that as of now, we have raised approximately $100,000 in actual donations from lawyers and donations that are pledged from groups like the Texas Bar Foundation. And I'm going to skip through a few of these slides just for time's sake, but I do want to honor the Texas Bar Foundation, who worked with us and donated over $20,000 directly to TRLA with the support of an encouragement from the State Bar of Texas. I also want to honor the San Antonio Estate Planners Council, who donated another $20,000 to the Stand with Santos campaign. And I also want to make sure that we honor the Paz de Corazon Foundation for the work that they've done in donating another $25,000. That brings us to a little over $100,000. That brings us, folks, my goal was $300,000, and I can tell you that with everything that we've raised so far, including over 1,000 hours of volunteer time, we're now over $425,000 in total value. And I can tell you that I'm going to be out there continuing to beat the drum on access to justice for the next 9 months. And I'm going to work as hard as I can to bring awareness to this crucial issue. With that, Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you, President Santos. Are there any questions or comments from directors? Okay, up next, we will move to our report from our president-elect. David, you have the floor.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to see you. Okay, I'm going to start out with the report on the 2026-27 Budget Committee report. So what I want you to do is get some paper clips or some toothpicks and prop your eyes open. Follow through with me. This is the boring stuff. It is the stuff about our budget, but it is so important that everybody be on top of it, be aware of what's going on, and recognize we have some challenges coming up. But as usual, this great group is going to respond and take care of those challenges and meet them head on and take care of the responsibilities we have to the lawyers in Texas. The Budget Committee held its first meeting on Tuesday, September the 9th. The committee reviewed the State Bar's budget, the process, and the preparation timeline. Over the past few budget years, under the leadership of Santos and under the leadership of Steve, we have seen significant accomplishments with the State Bar's budget. The continued due diligence and sound fiduciary responsibility and stewardship over of these past bar leaders has strengthened our financial position, even though sometimes our revenues are exceeded by our expenditures. Some of the significant accomplishments that we've achieved over the past few years are that with the guidance of Trey, our executive director, the total general fund reserves, which are also called assigned minimum reserves, have grown $9 million over the past 5 years to a combined balance of $20.2 million. That ensures that funds will be available for us when needed. The board, through the work of the Budget Committee, has developed financial trends and projections to predict the future budgetary shortfalls and help plan for the future. The board has passed and the Supreme Court approved last year a 10% dues increase that took effect for 2025 through 2026. That represented about $2.1 million in additional dues collections. And as you know, anytime we have a dues increase, somebody's going to grouse about that a little bit. I have to tell you all this. This is some of the things I was doing, which I'll talk about later. I met with, I had one person come find me and corner me and tell me, I can't believe y'all did a 10% dues increase. You haven't done that. And I remember back in the 1970s when you did the last dues increase to pay for that building that you're in, and I'm still mad about that, so I'm mad about this one too. You're going to have somebody gripe about everything, but I think it is amazing. I think it is a testament to our leadership that we have been able to run this bar over the many numbers of years that we have been running it without dues increases, and that just a 10% dues increase was all we had to face last year. I think our leadership needs to be commended on sound fiscal responsibility for that. As we continue, we're going to see the trends show that there's going to be an increase in expenditures over revenues. And so we have to do everything that we can to make sure that we keep our budgets balanced and remain fiscally sound and fiscally responsible to the state and to our members. So as we do this, we are going to institute, this year there's going to be introduced a zero-based budget development. And like the name implies, zero-based budget development means starting your budget at zero. In the past, you started with your prior budget and worked from there. Well, here you start from scratch. And so what is going to happen is it requires that the budget be broken down into small categories, reviewing them each with management to identify essential and non-essential expenses, and then building from scratch with all budget items being justified in that process. The division and department directors are working on their zero-based budgets right now as we speak, and they will be submitted in October. The Budget Committee will hold its more in-depth review of the proposed budget on December 16th here at the Law Center. Division and department directors will attend this meeting and provide information about their respective budget areas. You think about it, it's a lot of work for our division heads. It's a lot of effort that's going to have to go into it, but it allows everybody to step back and take a look, see where the fluff is, see where savings can be made, see where projects can be streamlined and make the budget more efficient. So I think overall this is going to be a very beneficial process for the bar and for our fiscal responsibilities to bar membership. During the meeting that we're going to have in December, the committee will finalize a proposed fiscal year 2026-2027 budget for presentation to the executive committee and to the board at the January 26th meeting. So you'll be getting those packets. I will tell you that personally, I have managed a law practice for 42 years. It's on a much smaller scale than the bar budget, and so I had to do a crash course in accounting to kind of get familiarized with the processes. But it is something that we all need to do. We all need to be familiar with these numbers so that we can adequately represent the lawyers in our respective districts. So please take a look at that, familiarize yourself with the numbers so that in January, if you have questions, we can take a look at it. And then we'll take the budget and we'll present it to the Supreme Court, and hopefully everything will be running smoothly at that point. Now, that being said, I want to talk about what I've been doing. It's a year ago almost to the day, I was sitting in Rockwall, and my wife and I were trying to wrestle with the whole idea of her retiring. And me, with my ADHD and everything else that goes on, I can't retire. I've got to be doing something. So we were trying to figure out, okay, she's going to transition. I'm going to have to transition, so we will have time to do things together. And that's what we were doing. We were planning. We were getting ready for a new stage in our lives. And then somebody calls me up and says, hey, I'd like to go to lunch. And I was wondering to myself, why in the world would Steve Benish be showing up in Rockwall, Texas to take me to lunch? And I was intrigued, but he was in town for an event that he was speaking at, because as you all know, Steve has spoken in every town in Texas probably 2 or 3 times. So I thought, well, that's cool, because I really love him and I enjoy his company. And so I was really looking forward to that lunch. I had no idea what he was coming to talk about. I got to lunch and he said, well, the Nominations and Elections Committee would like for you to submit a letter. And I had no idea that was coming. That was not on our radar, and it took me by surprise. I was, of course, just blown over. I went home and talked to Diane. I went and I talked to my son, and we decided, okay, let's give this a try, because it is something that I would really love to have the opportunity to do. And we did it, and we embarked on the process. We went through the interview process with the committee. The committee ultimately chose myself and Deborah Cordova as the nominees. The board approved us, and then we were off running. It was a wonderful campaign process, because I can't tell you how much I respect Deborah and how much I like her. And I told people time and time again, if I wasn't a candidate against her, I would be working on her campaign. I hope that we set by example the way politics should be overall, certainly the way they should be in the state bar. We had a great race. And I was very pleased when Steve called me. I will tell you that the phone call that he made gave me a heart attack, because he started it out by asking me some mundane questions. Well, what you been up to? What you been doing? And of course, he knows. And then he said, well, I've got some bad news for you. And I had my entire family sitting right there in the room with me. The paralegal, the lady that helped me, she is like a member of our family. She was sitting there. My face just kind of went down. My blood drained out of the face. She started crying. And then Steve said, after a very pregnant pause, well, you're going to be doing a lot of traveling, and that's your bad news. And everybody figured out that it was okay, and it was amazing. And since then, we haven't stopped. And it's been a pleasure, because we're serving the state bar. We're doing something that I think will have a great impact and help people. And that's what we're here to do. That's what we are all here to do. And I'm very humbled. I'm very gratified. And I want to thank each and every one of you for the help that you've been to me, and let you know that we greatly appreciate it. I've been speaking a lot to help Santos. When Santos is not available, he can't be in 3 places at once. I try to at least fill in on the second place that he can't be. Anything I can do to assist Santos, I'm going to do. And I've been to different activities. I've spoken at different areas in different cities. Most recently, I was at the TMCP reception in Dallas. You heard Trey talk about what the TCMP is doing. It is a great organization and just so full of energy. I really enjoyed being there. It was a lot of fun. And I want to send out some kudos because Noel Hicks is going to be a co-chair for next year's TCMP project. And as Santos said, we have got a huge need that needs to be addressed. He is doing that. He is taking it on head on. I am there to support him everywhere I go and everywhere you go. And I encourage you, please get out and speak. Go to your local bar associations. Go anywhere that you can get a voice out and share the word. Talk about Stand with Santos and get people involved and get them to either volunteer their time or volunteer their money because it is so important that we move this forward. And I commend Santos and stand behind him 100% on this project. Now, I would like to talk about this learning curve that I'm going through. And I've certainly had some bumps in the road. I've made some mistakes. I make some errors. And fortunately, I have some very great mentors who take care of me and help me through this. And I just want to say thanks to them and let y'all know what all goes on behind the scenes. I have my friend Steve, who has just been a rock and a constant source. As you know, he's an endless source of inspiration. He's always got a smile on his face, and he's always got good things and good comments and brilliant insight. Santos, oh my God. I was at the National Conference of Bar Presidents with Trey and Santos, and I'm just going to tell y'all, it's amazing to be there with people from all over the United States. They come to these two guys and ask for direction. They come to these two guys for leadership. It's amazing. This is the entire nation. These are bar presidents from all over our nation that are coming up, and these are the people who lead them. And when Santos made his presentation, I will tell you, I'd been in breakout groups. I'd been hearing the rancor that was being stated amongst many of the bar leaders about how the bars need to take a stand and how the bars need to be political. And Santos set them straight. He explained to them what a mandatory bar does. A mandatory bar does stay apolitical because we represent all lawyers. I don't care what your political affiliation is. This bar represents you. And he explained that in such a way that finally you could hear the light bulbs going off in the room. I had heard all that rancor, and they were pushing all bars to take a stand and become political. And he explained why we have to be steadfast and represent all lawyers, not just one particular affiliation or one particular viewpoint. And they got it. And they came up and they were thankful that he was able to explain that to them in a way that obviously it had not been done before. And I'm very proud of him. I'm very proud of Trey and what they did at that conference. And to see that at work, I hope each and every one of you will get an opportunity to see that because it was truly amazing. These guys are great. And in addition to them, these three, this young lady, these are my mentors. These are my teachers. And I also have a large group of teachers that are sitting in this room. Chris, Kaylin, Jennifer, Tammy, Amy, Lowell. These folks, they go above and beyond. You can text them at 5 o'clock in the morning. At least I know when you text Jennifer at 5 o'clock in the morning, she answers. And they help. And they've been giving guidance. And to all of y'all, to this entire amazing staff, I say thank you. And in closing, I just want to say something to each and every one of y'all. I am proud of you, and I am proud of what you are doing. And it is such an honor to be with this group and to help this group do the work. We come in here, regardless of our political affiliations, we check them at the door, and we come in here and we do the business to make the practice of law better for the lawyers in Texas and better for the people that we serve. And I thank you for that, because I know you don't get paid for it. I know it's a sacrifice, and I'm glad you're here, and I look forward to it because we're about to have a great time. Thank you all so much.
All right, thank you, David. Are there any comments or questions from directors? All right, up next, we will move on to our report from our immediate past president. Come on up, Steve.
Good morning. It is my great pleasure to report to you that I am much less well-traveled than the president and president-elect of the State Bar. And so I want to do a couple of things. I have gotten around a little bit, and then a couple of kudos before I wrap up to a couple of directors in the room. I want to talk just a little bit about a couple of the things I've been to and done. And then I want to touch on two initiatives from my year as president that still have legs to them and are still in development, and give you an update on that. After the annual meeting, the first thing that Jennifer and I did together was go to the Mississippi Bar annual meeting, where my dear friend and my counterpart in Mississippi, the outgoing president of that bar, Meade Mitchell, passed the gavel, just as Meade and his wife Holly came to Texas in June to celebrate the passing of the gavel when Jennifer and I did that at our annual meeting. On July 16th, after the Mississippi Bar meeting, in July, actually, past State Bar President Randy Sorrells and I were invited to join the Board of Advisors of the Houston Young Lawyers Association, which was cool because almost 40 years ago, Randy and I started in our participation in the bar as young lawyers in HYLA. And so to be back on that Board of Advisors was a wonderful opportunity. HYLA opened their first standalone office space apart from the HBA's offices in July, and Randy and I attended that grand opening. Towards the end of July 24th, my birthday, and July 25th, we attended the local bar leaders conference in Houston, and Executive Director Apfel has already reported on what an extraordinary event that was. The parting gift that I received from the Supreme Court of Texas when I passed the gavel in June, the email came from the court with congratulations and thanks, and an order appointing me to the Texas Board of Law Examiners for 6 years, which I have thoroughly enjoyed. My first official act as an examiner for the state I was the lead examiner for the administration of the bar exam in Austin. I was the guy with the finger on the stopwatch for 2 days on July 28th and 29th, and I enjoyed participating in that activity. On August 20th, I attended the Fresh Law Orientation at UT Law School with both my State Bar and Board of Law Examiner hats on, and made a presentation to the incoming first-year class at UT Law School about the hand-and-glove relationship between the Texas Board of Law Examiners and the State Bar of Texas. On August 27th, I attended the TMCP Save the Date reception in Austin, and President-elect Smith has already congratulated Director Hicks, Hicks, yeah, I was going to say Director Noel, but that's a little too familiar. Director Hicks, in connection with your selection as next year's chair. Congratulations with that. September 6th, I attended, along with the other executive leadership of the bar, the Supreme Court Historical Society's annual Hemp Hill Dinner here in Austin. It was a tremendous event. On September 13th, in response to the challenge from President Vargas to present to our local bars, I made the opening presentation and remarks at the Austin Bar Board's annual orientation and kickoff and strategy session as well. Finally, on September 21st, I, along with the executive leadership of the bar, attended last weekend the San Antonio Bar's annual gala, which was an extraordinary event, and I wanted to give a shout out to the co-chair and MC of that event, our own director, Patty Vargas. Thank you, congratulations on that event. All right, a couple of initiatives that I wanted to give you an update on. One of the presidential initiatives I am, after a year of listening as president-elect to what people were concerned about, what people believe needed to be upgraded, tweaked, was an upgrade to the State Bar's website to make it more user-friendly, to give it a fresh look and feel, kind of a 21st century look and feel, and to organize the content so that it's easier to find stuff on there, including, among other things, an FAQ that's accessible, frequently asked questions and answers that are accessible from the main page. And we've been at work on that. We selected and are working with the vendor on redesign, and I'm pleased to report that that design phase is nearing completion, and soon we're going to begin the task of development and migrating content to the new State Bar, updated State Bar website. I have my homework assignment from Lowell Brown with regard to tweaking that FAQ, and I'm excited. We plan to launch that in 2026, but I wanted to give you an update. One of the other things I did, and really the last thing I'm going to report on, is during my year as president-elect, and I spent a lot of time saying, I'm the president-elect, tell me about you and tell me about how the bar can better serve you. And one of the things that we identified, the Texas Lawyers Assistance Program that helps lawyers and judges and law students who struggle with either mental health or substance use issues, is the envy of the country. Having traveled the country, along with my counterparts, I can tell you that everyone looks to TLAP as the gold standard. But the one thing that was missing is what happens to their practices that have often languished because of the things they're struggling with when they step away to get the help that we offer and that they need. And so we began to meet with representatives of TLAP, of the State Bar, and I began to travel around the state talking to leaders of local bars about developing local, in metropolitan areas and in rural areas, pools of lawyers who would be available on a temporary basis to step in someone's practice just to keep it afloat and take that off their worry list while they get the help they need. And among all those I spoke with, I get choked up over this, I'm sorry. The person it most resonated with was the then Austin Bar president, Mary Ellen Wyatt King, who both because of her zeal to serve and her own personal life experiences, that message resonated with, and she picked up that baton. And if you've ever seen a race where someone takes the baton and the person who handed it to them slows to a walk and watches that person speed off, that was that moment, because she championed that, and she championed a successful effort by the Austin Bar to create locally the Austin Bar's Crisis Assistance Pilot Program as part of the larger Docket Assistance Program to assist lawyers in the greater Austin area when they need to step away from their practices for up to 90 days. The Austin Bar developed it specifically as a plug-and-play template for other bar associations throughout the state. Right now, it's for civil practitioners, but there are plans to soon expand it next year, matter of fact, the coming year, to the criminal bar in the Austin area as well, to help spread the word about this wonderful program that the Austin Bar had developed, led by Director King. Director King led a session, a program at the local bar leaders conference, which was well attended by leaders of other bar associations around the state, to talk about the program and to encourage other metropolitan areas to do the same thing. On August 1st, Law 360 ran an article entitled "Novel Texas Program Aims to Support Lawyers in Crisis." And both Mary Ellen and I were interviewed in connection with that, and we were quoted in the article. And then if you've gotten your October edition of the Texas Bar Journal, Executive Director Apfel's column is devoted to exactly that. And so the thing I'm happiest to say in standing up in here and speaking to you is to ask you to join me in thanking and congratulating Director King for her extraordinary, life-changing, life-saving efforts and with the Crisis Assistance Program. Will you join me? As you've heard me say before, I wear my emotions on my sleeve, which is great at most times, but it sucks in front of juries. But nevertheless, I thank you for your time. With that, I yield, Madam Chair, I yield the mic.
Thank you, Steve. Any questions or comments for Steve? All right, we're going to move on to bring up our immediate past chair, Paul Stafford, with the nominations and elections report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Nominations and Elections Subcommittee has begun its search process for president-elect candidates. One of the honors and privileges of being immediate past chair is being immediate past chair and serving as co-chair of the Nominations and Elections Committee with immediate past President Steve Benish. For the next election cycle, it's an open year. And that means that potential nominees may come from any county in the state of Texas. Our subcommittee met on September 11th to develop a contact list of potential nominees to consider. And we're in the process of making contacts to determine which individuals may be interested in being considered by the subcommittee. We plan to conduct interviews in November 20th, and then submit the names of 2 recommended nominees to the board in January for consideration, January 30th. Once the board approves the candidates at the January meeting, if the board approves the candidates at the January meeting, they can campaign until the end of the election. The election period is April 1st through April 30th, 2026. Also, a third of our elected directors are in their final year on the board, and their term will end next June of 26. There's a chart in your meeting materials that shows the districts up for elections this year. We ask our third-year directors to be thinking about lawyers who might be interested in running for your districts or the districts that you're in. Anyone interested in running for director or for president-elect can find information on our website or call Jennifer Reams in the executive office. If you have any questions, comments, or suggestions about this report or about the Nominations and Elections Subcommittee or process, please let me know. Thus endeth my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from directors? All right, the time is now 9:56, so we're going to take our 10-minute break a little bit earlier than item 12. So let's all be back by 10:06.
I got a guy. He's up for.
All right, y'all, please take your seats. We want to go ahead and get started again.
All right, the time is now 10:13, and we're going to go ahead and continue on with our agenda on agenda item number 11. So I would like to hear from the chair of the Policy Manual Subcommittee, Shannon. Come on up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, folks, I've been traveling a lot deep into the recesses of our policy manual. We've got a few things to cover today. So the Policy Manual Subcommittee recently considered proposal changes to several sections of the Board Policy Manual, as you can see, and we've got to vote on each modification. We met on September 10th to consider whether to recommend approval of the proposed changes. We evaluated each of the changes individually. We had a pretty hearty discussion and unanimously voted to reconsider the 7 proposed changes that are in your materials, and we propose that the board approves all of them. If the board approves these changes, they will become effective as of today, September 26th. The updated board policy will be posted online and in board effect. I will go over briefly each of these changes, some of which affected multiple sections, like as a category, we updated language to be consistent, like good attorneys. We use the same set of phrases across the board. And so the first one we will be discussing is the subcommittee's recommendation to remove section 1.04.01 and any associated references. And for your reference, these provisions refer to the now defunct current minority directors positions. Exactly, that's perfect timing for that tune. You know, this section was rendered obsolete by amendments to the Texas Government Code, sections 81.020 during the 85th legislature. Definition 15 also references this obsolete position, and it should be deleted, with the remaining definitions then renumbered accordingly. Definition 29E should be edited to remove references to the obsolete 1.04.01 reference as well. These changes are shown in the material. For example, like you said, we've just removed current minority director and defining what that is. So, from the committee, I move that the Board of Directors approve the Policy Manual Subcommittee's recommendation to remove State Bar Board Policy Manual Section 1.04.01 and associated references in definition 15 and 29E, and to renumber the definitions accordingly.
All right, coming from a committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? All right, all directors who are in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. Let me continue.
All right, thank you very much. Second, we will consider the subcommittee's recommendation to edit section 1.15.02 regarding presidential appointments. The proposed revision clarifies that in appointing members to the executive committee, the president, in consultation with the chair, should ensure broad and adequate representation across the full board, including at-large directors, public members, and TYLA leadership. It also avoids any confusion that the current language might create regarding implications about what might be involved in ensuring adequate diversity. The State Bar is prohibited from discriminating in any way on the basis of race, ethnicity, religion, color, national origin, sex, disability, military service, veteran status, sexual orientation, age, or other characteristics protected by federal or state law, or local law as well. So the change is proposed as follows, as you see the edit, and we just put in language to say that the presidential appointment should ensure broad representation. Therefore, I move that the Board of Directors approve the Policy Manual Subcommittee's recommendation to edit the language in State Board Policy Manual Section 1.1502 to clarify the intent and promote broad representation on the Executive Committee.
All right, again, coming from committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? All directors who are in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes.
All right. So next, we will consider the subcommittee's recommendation to align the language in section 1.26D, 6.0402E, 7.0504, and 7.09 for consistency. We're being good lawyers. We're trying to use the same list in the same order, consistent across our documents. These four provisions currently contain differing language related to State Bar's non-discrimination policy. The recommended edits are reflected in red line as contained in your board materials. These changes take all the various non-discrimination provisions and make them all state that discrimination is prohibited on the basis of the following: race, ethnicity, religion, color, national origin, sex, disability, military service, veteran status, sexual orientation, age, or other characteristics protected by applicable federal, state, or local law. And you can see those edits in your materials. The conforming of these provisions will avoid confusion and better serve their intended purpose. The motion basically from the committee is that we move that the Board of Directors approve the Policy Manual Subcommittee's recommendation to edit State Bar Board Policy Manual sections 1.26, 6.04.02, 7.05.04, and 7.09 to ensure consistency in non-discrimination language.
Coming from a committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? All directors in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes.
All right. Number 4. Next, we will consider the subcommittee's recommendation to edit the language in section 2.01.07C regarding selection of candidates for president-elect to comply with the current law and State Bar policy. These edits make it clear that race or gender are not considerations in the selection of president-elect candidates in compliance with current law. Therefore, I move that the Board of Directors approve the Policy Manual Subcommittee's recommendation to edit the language of the State Bar Board Policy Manual, section 2.01.07C, for consistency with current legal and policy requirements.
Coming from committee, this does not require a second. Is there any discussion? All directors in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes.
Number 5. Next, we will consider the subcommittee's recommendation to update section 3.01.01 to remove outdated amounts and instead include the current amounts of bar dues for all active and inactive members. Therefore, I move that the Board of Directors approve the Policy Manual Subcommittee's recommendation to edit the language in State Bar Board Policy Manual section 3.01.01 to reflect current bar dues.
All right, coming from committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? All directors in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes.
Number 6. We will now consider the subcommittee's recommendation to update section 3.02.06A and B to reflect current financial policies and clarify the distinction between minimum and assigned reserves and provide guidance for how the board should evaluate both. These changes were recommended by our CFO to help clarify our financial policies and to avoid confusion. Therefore, I move that the Board of Directors approve the Policy Manual Subcommittee's recommendations to edit the language in the State Bar Board Policy Manual section 3.02.06A and B and to clarify the reserve categories and reflect current policy.
Coming from committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? All directors in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes.
Last but certainly not least, we will consider the subcommittee's recommendation to remove sections 1.19.05 through 1.19.12, which pertain to the process for submitting annual meeting resolutions. This recommendation is being made in the interest of both simplification and improved legal compliance. Under the current provisions, members may propose resolutions at the annual meeting if all the prerequisites are met. However, the process is ridiculously complicated and requires multiple steps, including formation of a committee, publication of proposals in the Texas Bar Journal, stringent deadlines, formation of a quorum of licensed attorneys at the annual meeting, and at the end of it all, consideration by this board. Last year, someone missed this deadline and was frustrated that he was unable to complete the process and felt that it was confusing and difficult. The process also creates a danger for confusion and a risk that the public could misunderstand that a resolution adopted by the General Assembly at the annual meeting was something adopted by the board. It could appear that the resolution was already approved by us. In fact, after all that process, any resolution adopted by the General Assembly is simply a proposed resolution that the board will ultimately consider or ignore. This process creates a simple proposal to the State Bar's board. However, when this process creates an adopted resolution of the General Assembly of the State Bar regarding prospective proposals like, let's legalize marijuana or fight this administration or that issue, a danger exists that the public thinks that the State Bar has already taken a position which it has not. The legalizing marijuana idea was actually a past proposed resolution. This process has not been used in years, and in part because it is so convoluted. Prior to the internet and social media and Zoom, the annual meeting actually served the purpose of allowing people from all over Texas to convene and bring issues to each other and ultimately bring it to the board for approval or adoption. This is a very antiquated process. Its purpose seems obsolete in this day and age. Now, attorneys with ideas for the board can attend any board meeting, just like Judge Cohen did, and bring an issue in front of us at any time. Additionally, the policy manual currently has two other mechanisms for getting items on the agenda involved getting the chair or 10 members of this board to place it there. Therefore, we propose to simply delete this process and encourage our members to come to our board meetings, just like Judge Cohen did today, and propose ideas and proposals. If the board has interest, it can take steps just like it would after the months-long process involving the annual meeting. This would be more transparent, less confusing, and avoid any appearance that we are not fully compliant with federal law as set out in Keller and McDonald and Boudreaux regarding taking positions on non-germane issues. For these reasons, we recommend deletion of 1.19.05 through 1.19.12. Therefore, I move that the Board of Directors approve the Policy Manual Subcommittee's recommendation to remove section 1.19.05 through 1.19.12 of the Board Policy Manual for simplification and compliance.
All right, coming from committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? All directors in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes.
We will now have a test on all the provisions we just discussed. But unless there are any other questions, this concludes my report. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ken. All right, any other questions? All right, we will move on to agenda item number 12. And next up, we will hear from Director Steve Ciscano, Chair of the Performance Measures and Strategic Planning Subcommittee.
Mine will be wonderfully quick in comparison to our Director Quadros's review, and no quiz at the end either. So just the State Bar Act, the Texas Government Code, Section 81215, sets requirements for the bar's long-range planning. It requires the State Bar to develop a comprehensive, long-range strategic plan for its operations, covering 5 fiscal years, beginning with the next odd-numbered fiscal year. This is to be done every even-numbered year. The statute further requires that the bar's strategic plan include measurable goals and a system of performance measures. The current plan covers the 5-year period 2025 to 2030. The subcommittee met on September 11th to begin preparing to update the plan for years 2027 to 2032. As part of this work, the subcommittee will help plan a session at the board's workshop in July of 2026. The workshop will include an extensive strategic planning session led by a professional facilitator, and members of the subcommittee will facilitate small group discussions. Following the workshop, the subcommittee will hold additional meetings with the goal of submitting to the board to the board proposed updates to the strategic plan and performance measures no later than April of 2027. Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
Are there any questions from, or comments from directors? Okay, up next, we will call up August Harris for the report from the Audit and Finance Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. Now, if you've been to a Texas football game, sometimes to get the crowd going, half of the crowd says Texas, the other says fight, audit, finance. Do I have your attention, or do we need to do that? Audit, finance. All right, I know this is the part of the meeting that y'all are all anxiously waiting for, so let's get to it. I've been told my 3-minute time limit has been suspended, so you'll bear with me. We are going to have 3 voting items at the end of the report. If we go to the first slide, you will see, and this is in your board materials, it's our dashboard that details financial reports covering information that I'll summarize today. Let's start with reviewing the last 3 years of financial performance for the general fund of the State Bar, which is our main operating fund. The State Bar ended its fiscal year on May 31st, 2025 with approximately $49 million in general fund revenues and approximately $46.4 million in expenditures, resulting in a net excess of $2.5 million for the fiscal year 2025. That's hats off to our staff for excellent work. Tracy, I always need to mention you and your team for all the hard work that you all do. The operating expenditures, as represented by the olive green bars in the chart, increased by 4%, or just under $2 million, from the fiscal year ending May 24 to the fiscal year ending May 25. You'll note that the revenue in orange has stayed relatively stable over the last 2 years. Another key trend that this chart demonstrates is that expenditures have been rising faster than revenues. This is apparent when reviewing the dashed trend lines, which are moving closer and closer together over the past 3 years. The trend has been observed and discussed during the Audit and Finance Committee meeting held earlier this month, and you'll remember from our presentation from President-elect Smith on the budget that they've discussed this as well in prior board meetings. The revenue growth rate is expected to increase next year, and the expenditure growth rate is expected to slow compared with previous years. This is due in part to the 10% dues increase effective June 2025 and the State Bar's ongoing cost control measures. Next slide. Next, let's compare the operating results of the fiscal year to the approved budget. The comparison shows that revenues exceeded budgeted expectations and expenses remained within the approved budget during the fiscal year. As reported on the previous slide, the State Bar ended its fiscal year with $2.5 million in net earnings from operations. When comparing the actual results to the budget, there's a favorable variance of $4.7 million. The favorable variance in revenue is due to better than expected performance in 3 revenue categories: investment income, Texas Bar CLE revenue, and advertising revenue. The favorable variance in expenditures is due to less spending than budgeted across several departmental budgets. Next slide. We'll now move on to the financial results for the first 2 months of the fiscal year. Reminder, our fiscal year ends May 31st, so June and July are the first 2 months of this fiscal year. This chart compares the general fund's operating revenues and expenditures with those of the 2 prior years. Operating revenue was $9.4 million as of July 31st, 2025, and total operating expenditures and transfers were $8.7 million. Revenues have increased from last year at this time, and this is primarily due to revenues. The decrease in expenditures is mainly from the budgeted decrease in operating transfers to other funds. Next slide. And thank you, Lowell. Lastly, let's compare the actual financial results to the budgeted financial results for the general fund for the 2 months into July 31st, 2025. The actual net excess of revenues over expenditures and transfers for the first 2 months of the current fiscal year was $642,098 compared to a budgeted net excess of approximately $214,858. This resulted in a positive variance of about $427,200 $240 at the end of July. Overall, this is an excellent start to the fiscal year. Next slide, please. Next, I'll provide you an update on financial and internal audits. The CPA firm, our CPA firm, Weaver, is currently performing the State Bar's financial audit covering activities from fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 2025. Field work for the financial audit occurs from August through September. The audit reviews the accuracy of the State Bar's annual financial report for the fiscal year ending May 31st, 2025. This is a very intensive process for staff, and they should be finished with the field work, I believe, Monday or Tuesday, and then begin the preparation of the reports. The financial statements and audit report will be presented to the Audit and Finance Committee during the committee's January meeting. Upon approval, the audit and financial report, or the annual financial report and audit opinion will be presented to the board for approval during its January meeting. So there's fun ahead. Now we go on to the internal audit. There are two kinds of audits that we have done. One is an advisory review, and this is to ensure that we've got best practice, that we're operating under best practices. Then we have another one that's a financial audit, and it's to provide independent objective assessments of our organization's financial statements, internal controls, and compliance with regulations. With that said, the audit firm of McConnell & Jones will begin field work on its scheduled audits, internal audits, in October, so just around the corner. The final reports are due to management February 26. The internal audits and advisory review planned for the fiscal year will examine significant areas of State Bar based areas of the State Bar based on the prior approved multi-year audit schedule. The State Bar's 5-year internal audit plan includes the following areas under audit and advisory review this year. Legal Access Department, it's an advisory review of programs. Law Practice Management, audit of programs including Texas Bar Books, financial controls and processes, and the Public Funds Investment Act, compliance and review of controls. The auditors will report the review to the Audit and Finance Committee and to the full board at our April meeting. Next, is Nathan here? Oh, there you are. Each year during the fall board meeting, a representative from the State Bar's investment manager provides a report on the State Bar's investments. At this time, I would like to invite Nathan Smith, Director at PFM Asset Management, to deliver his presentation. Welcome.
Thank you, Director Harris. And thank you all for allowing me to come and speak to you this year. As Director Harris mentioned, my name is Nathan Smith. I'm with PFM Asset Management, the Bar's investment advisor. Copies of your most recent, I believe it's the year-end May 31st quarterly report is in your packets. We won't go into a great deal of detail on those, but we'll touch on some of the highlights in just a moment. The Bar's investment policy and your investment approach are very conservative. That's by design, as they're guided by state statute. That's Government Code 2256, the Public Funds Investment Act, also referred to as the PFIA. As such, the sorts of the sorts of investments that your portfolio invests in are U.S. Treasury securities, federal agency securities, like term debt from Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac or Federal Home Loan Bank, FDIC insured certificates of deposit, AAA rated money market mutual funds, and from time to time, highly rated commercial paper. As part of our engagement with the State Bar, in addition to preparing the reports that you see in your packet, in addition to executing trades and delivering those securities to your custody bank, we also review your investment policy annually to ensure that it's in compliance with the PFIA and aligns with the Bar's objectives. If you look through your reports, you'll notice the values of those securities and the balances of the portfolio change from time to time, from period to period, both because the changes to the Bar's budget when revenues exceed expenses, like we just saw the report from, changes to the Bar's cash needs, and changes due to changing in market values based on financial conditions. Overall, the portfolio, as of May 31st of 2025, had a balance of about $52.8 million, and a WAM, a weighted average maturity of about 844 days. That's 2 years and 3 months. Although there are significant portions of the portfolio that are held less than a year, those are intended to match your known or expected expenditures and to account for any cash needs that might arise. Despite the volatility that we've had in the markets, and we've had a lot, your returns have remained very strong. The average yield of the portfolio as of May 31st was just over 4% at 4.10%. And on a total return basis, taking into account not just the income generated and the accrued interest, but also market value fluctuations, your total return was 1.12%. And that compares to your benchmark, your 6-month Bank of America Treasury Index of 1%. So you overperformed the index by 12 basis points. The yield and return are actually higher than what we expected this time last year. I stood before probably a lot of you last year in Lubbock and kind of painted a gloomy picture of lower rates for 2025. We did get a couple of cuts at the end of last year, but the expectation at that time was that we would see multiple cuts this year. We only recently saw one cut last week, 25 basis points to the Fed's overnight rate. And looking ahead, Fed funds future markets are suggesting 2 more cuts this year and potentially 2 to 3 more next year. So we're kind of in the same position we were last year in that if they do cut, the impact on your portfolio will be a reduction in interest income. Hopefully it's more of the same like we saw over the last year, where maybe they can hold rates a little bit higher. Part of the reason that there's some uncertainty in the future of the Fed funds rate, they're balancing still sticky inflation, which is made a little more complicated with the tariff situation. They're balancing that with some weakening in the labor market. So the Federal Reserve is tasked with, do we lower rates and impact inflation, or do we lower rates in hopes that that generates companies to hire more people? We actually got one of the inflation measurements this morning. I don't have a lot of details on it, but the personal consumption expenditures, which is the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, and it came in as expected. So the likelihood of another 25 basis point cut in October is now bolstered by this morning's numbers. One of the more complex things we do is we maintain a list of approved broker-dealers from whom we purchase securities for your portfolio. We've established policies and procedures to evaluate and monitor these firms based on creditworthiness and their ability to perform the duties necessary for efficient trade execution. Our credit committee, that's PFMAM's credit committee, assesses many of the important factors when approving these broker-dealers that include market presence, capitalization of their firms, company history, no headline risk there, we hope, product availability, do they have the securities that we need to put in your portfolio when we need to purchase those, trade execution, and special circumstances such as minority and women-owned business enterprise firms. That is the end of my presentation, and with that, I'll turn the mic back over to Director Harris.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, folks, am I going to have to do it? Do I have an audit? Do I have a finance? Because now we're at the next important phase of this, and I've been warned that now I'm getting the 3-minute warning, so we'll move quickly through this. We're going to have 3 items to vote on. The first is the quarterly investment report. On behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I move to approve the State Bar's quarterly investment report for the quarter ended May 31st, 2025.
All right, coming from committee, there's no second needed. Is there any discussion? All directors in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes.
We appreciate your 100% support. The next item is the approval of the PFM broker-dealer list, which was just mentioned. The Public Funds Investment Act requires that the board annually review and adopt a list of qualified brokers authorized to engage in investment transactions with the state bar. A list of qualified brokers can be found in your board packet. These brokers comply with Securities and Exchange Commission requirements. The list was discussed and approved by the Audit and Finance Committee during its April meeting. On behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I move to approve the current PFM broker-dealer list for investments included in your board packet.
Again, coming from committee, no second is required. First, is there any discussion? All right, all directors in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes.
I think I'm right under my 3-minute time limit. And the next one is to approve the State Bar's investment policy, which was mentioned. The Public Funds Investment Act requires that the board adopt the State Bar's investment policy annually. A copy of the investment policy is included in your board packet. The investment policy contains no revisions. Let me repeat that, no revisions from last year's policy. On behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I move to approve the State Bar of Texas investment policy.
Coming from committee, no second is required. Is there any discussion? All directors in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes.
Madam Chair, that concludes my report. Hook 'em horns.
Thank you, Director Harris. Okay, up next, we're going to move to the Discipline and Client Attorney Assistance Committee. Director Vinzer has an excused absence, so I'd like to call up Cade Browning, and he'll give a report for the Client Security Fund Subcommittee.
Thank you. Poor substitute on the agenda, but I'm here to report on the Client Security Fund. You all know that's a great committee where collectively we as a bar help take responsibility for some of our fellow lawyers. So our report is as follows. The subcommittee met via Zoom September 16th. We reviewed 54 applications and approved 30 of them, largely due to the hard work of Claire, for a disbursement total of $280,794.40. For the year, that is now 103 applications we've reviewed, approving 44 of them for a total distribution of $920,807.08. That includes the June 11th meeting, which was held in the current bar year. Madam Chair, that's the end of that report.
All right, any questions or comments from directors? All right, hearing none, we will go ahead and move on to agenda item number 15. Up next, we'll hear from Director Rosalind Perez, Chair of the Appeals and Grant Review Subcommittee.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Today, the Board of Directors is considering an appeal by Judge Maria Aceves concerning the decision by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization to deny her application for the Civil Trial Law Board certification due to her not meeting the minimum specific area of requirements. This appeal comes to the board for final decision pursuant to the TBLS rules. One thing that I want to point out to everyone is that the standard for review that we are to use is the substantial evidence standard. This standard is commonly used in appeals from decisions of administrative agencies. The substantial evidence standard asks one question, which is, does any substantial evidence exist to support the TBLS's decision? So in this case, we ask ourselves, does any substantial evidence exist to support TBLS's denial of Judge Aceves' application for Civil Trial Law Board certification? If substantial evidence supporting the denial exists, the decision must be upheld. In Judge Aceves' case, this answer is not too difficult to reach. As I will detail more in a moment, the record before the TBLS showed that Judge Aceves had no first chair jury trials in a court of record and fewer than 3 years of judicial experience. The civil trial law certification rules require an applicant to have at least 7 first chair jury trials to verdict. Judge Acevedo's complete lack of qualifying jury trial experience, combined with her limited judicial tenure, less than 3 years, constitutes substantial evidence supporting the TBLS determination that she did not meet the requirements. Because there is substantial evidence supporting the TBLS decision, the subcommittee believes the board must affirm. This history of this case, as some board members may recall, is that Judge Aceves has applied for TBLS certification in the past. And in June of this year, Judge Aceves applied for certification in civil trial law, arguing that her experience presiding over 28 civil trial laws.
1 second, Rosalind, we lost you for a second. Can you just start that sentence over just so we can hear everything?
Okay. Back in June, Judge Aceves applied for certification in civil trial law, arguing that her experience presiding over 28 civil trials as a judge and other experience was sufficient to meet the requirements for certification, despite her lack of any experience as lead trial counsel in courts of record as required under the TBLS standards for certification. In July of this year, the TBLS and the Civil Trial Law Advisory Commission both unanimously denied Judge Aceves' application, finding that she did not have the sufficient trial experience to qualify for the certification and that her judicial experience and other experience was insufficient to meet an equivalency for the trial experience requirements. Subsequently, Judge Aceves petitioned TBLS for reconsideration of the decision to deny her application for certification. Judge Aceves' petition for reconsideration was heard at the TBLS Board's August 2025 meeting. After consideration of the evidence presented, the TBLS Board again voted unanimously to uphold its earlier decision to deny Judge Aceves' application for certification due to insufficient experience. The State Bar's Appeals and Grants Subcommittee met by video conference on September 11th of 2025 to consider the appeal of Judge Aceves. Our subcommittee was charged with making a report and a recommendation to this board to provide the board a basis for making its final decision on whether substantial evidence supports the TBLS decision. Judge Aceves appeared by video conference along with supporting colleagues, wherein she presented her 10-minute argument for why the decision of the TBLS should be reversed. Mr. Leo Figueroa, Executive Director of TBLS, also appeared by video on behalf of TBLS and made a 10-minute argument regarding why the TBLS decision should be upheld. He explained that both the Civil Law Trial Commission, made up of civil trial law attorneys, and the full 12-person TBLS board unanimously denied Judge Aceves' application. After considering all of the information, evidence, and arguments, and after deliberating in accordance with the requisite substantial evidence standard, the subcommittee found that substantial evidence existed to support the TBLS decision. The subcommittee voted 3-1 to uphold the decision of the TBLS, with 1 member abstaining. A brief memo regarding Judge Aceves' case and appeal, along with the subcommittee's recommendations, are included in the board meeting materials. Under the TBLS standards for attorney certification in civil trial law, an applicant must provide information that the applicant has tried at least 15 civil trial laws in a court of record in Texas or in federal court that involved an amount in controversy in excess of $25,000 or significant non-monetary gains. And of these trials, at least 7 must be jury trials that were conducted by the applicant as lead counsel and submitted to the jury. 3 of the 8 jury trials can be substituted by various proceedings, including lead counsel experience, conducting civil jury trial outside of Texas, civil trial that concluded before submission to either a jury or the court, arbitration to a final decision in which formal rules of evidence and procedure governed the proceeding, criminal jury trial resulting in a final verdict, contested administrative proceeding for a party before a Texas or federal agency, or temporary or preliminary injunction hearings that resulted in a final decision on the injunction request. You can find these requirements in the Texas Board of Legal Specialization Standards for Attorney Certification, Part 2, Specific Area Requirements, Part 1, Section 5, B1B2. Under the TBLS standards, there is a judicial experience exception that allows the TBLS in its discretion to consider whether judicial experience should count towards some specific area requirements. In Judge Acevesa's case, she contends that her judicial experience presiding over 28 jury trials and other JP and second chair trial experience should equate to 100% of the required lead jury trial experience required by the certification under the judicial experience exception. However, TBLS Rule 6C1A make clear that, and I quote, "The judicial experience must be at least equivalent to the specific task requirements of the specialty area, and the determination of equivalency is in the sole discretion of TBLS." The TBLS determined unanimously and repeatedly that Judge Acevesa's presiding on the bench for about 2.5 years was not the equivalency of the lead trial lawyer task requirements of the civil trial certification. Her having none of the lead trial experience required was substantial evidence to TBLS, and it is also substantial evidence now supporting the TBLS decision. Any opinion we have about what should count as equivalency cannot be considered now, just whether any evidence supported their judgment. While our decision was and must be solely about the evidence, it also was discussed in our subcommittee that if a judge with no lead trial experience were able to substitute judicial experience for all lead trial experience, a judge could subsequently leave the bench and nevertheless hold themselves out as a specialist in civil trial law with no lead trial experience. Such a result could lead to misleading or confusing the public whom the legal profession is charged with serving. The rules themselves, which are substantial evidence supporting the TBLS decision, appear to attempt to prevent this kind of problem. The evidence that Judge Aceves has not been a lead trial lawyer in any jury trials in a court of record, and that at 7 as lead counsel are required, are substantial evidence supporting the TBLS decision that she did not meet the qualifications. Likewise, the evidence that she served on the bench less than 3 years is also evidence supporting the TBLS decision. As noted before, the State Bar's Appeals Grant Subcommittee met on September 11th, 2025, and we discussed this case, the rules, and the substantial evidence. After considering all of the information, evidence, and arguments, and after deliberating in accordance with the requisite substantial evidence standard, the subcommittee found that substantial evidence existed to support the TBLS decision. Because there is a substantial evidence supporting the TBLS decision, we ask the board to affirm the decision of the TBLS pursuant to the rules. And therefore, Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Directors agree with the Appeals Grant Subcommittee recommendation and uphold the decision of the TBLS to deny the application of Judge Aceves for trial law board certification.
All right, coming from committee, there is no second required. Is there any discussion on this motion? All right, seeing none, all directors who are in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Wait, out of order. Okay, and if there's any abstentions, please say. Okay. Okay, so we have one abstention for the record. All right, motion passes.
And with that, Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Perez. All right, we will move on to agenda item number, what is this? Okay, well, still it's in 15, but we'll have Chris Nicholson come on up. Oh, I'm sorry, hang on one second. Was there any questions for that report? My apologies. Yes, I have the nays. There were 2 nays on that last one, and I have both of those, or 1 nay on that one, and then 1 abstention on that motion. Any other questions regarding that? Okay, we will move on to have Director Nicholson come up to give us a report on the Professional Development Subcommittee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, the Board Professional Development Subcommittee will meet jointly with the CLE Committee on November 5th to discuss new topics for CLE programs and publications, and to be briefed on finances and operations. This year, Texas Bar CLE will work with the Emerging Technology Committee to develop a program on the use of AI in law practice. This program will offer a hands-on look at how AI is changing the way lawyers work and how to use it responsibly and effectively. Rather than focus on theory, the course will emphasize practical applications that attorneys, especially small firms, can immediately use. The Attorney Career Development Department has been hard at work preparing for the 33rd Annual Texas Bar Membership Connections Program, acronym TMCP. This year's conference will take place October 7th through 9th in Dallas. TMCP is the premier client development, networking, and CLE event for attorneys in Texas. TMCP brings together attorneys, in-house counsel, and legal leaders from across the state for 3 days of networking, substantive CLE programming, and invaluable business development opportunities. For more information on this conference, visit the TMCP website at texasbar.com/TMCP. Texas Bar Books has released the 2025 edition of the Texas Real Estate Forms Manual. The new edition of the Texas Family Law Practice Manual will be released in a few months. Print copies of the new editions will be available for purchase on texasbarpractice.com. Subscribers to Texas Bar Books online practice manuals receive updates as part of their subscriptions. The State Bar is committed to providing quality CLE to lawyers at all stages of their practice from all income brackets. Texas Bar CLE offers full and partial scholarships for seminars, webcasts, and online classes. Scholarships are also available for downloadable and online publications through Texas Bar Books. The process is fast, easy, and confidential. I have now proved to you that I can read. But beyond my prepared remarks, I'm now going off my script to say this. The work of Texas Bar Books and the work of Texas Bar CLE is important work. I draw all of your attention. When you read your budget materials, focus on it for a moment. When you look at what Texas Bar CLE and what Bar Books does, we could not fund our budget without them. When our revenues go up, it is because of what they do. When our revenue goes down, it is because of a hurricane that's knocked out a CLE course somewhere. It's happened. Whenever we do not succeed on that front, we face budgetary problems. I come from a family of educators. My mom was an educator. My father, who is a family lawyer, who I practiced with for many years, he was an educator because he dedicated much of his time to Texas Bar CLE and to Bar Books. He is a former chair of PDP. I stand here to sort of inspire all of you that this is the grunt work of what the bar does, and it's got its own mission, right? It's a simple mission. It is to educate the bench and the bar. All missions are grounded on hope, right? It is the hope of Texas Bar CLE and Bar Books that by educating the bench and the bar, and let's be frank about it, oftentimes we solicit speakers to come share their tips, to educate their opponents on how to be better lawyers. But the hope is by educating your opponent that we lift up the practice of law so that we focus on what is relevant and material for the betterment of who? Not just our clients, but the public, the tax-paying public, right? That the time spent in court is on things that matter, and that hopefully clients' cases actually get down to the heart of the matter, the merits. And it's not just limited to litigation. It's for transactional practice as well. In my year as chair of PDP, I hope to make progress. We meet on November 5th with the CLE committee. If you have ideas, one of the things that the challenges faced by Texas Bar Books and Texas Bar CLE is, it's a competitive market out there. There are more competitors. In-person attendance at CLE is dropping. Thankfully, our flagship advanced courses have maintained the market share of people attending. I have worked for years, Mr. Rampelmeyer, Ms. Rod, we've served on the planning committees. We've been course directors for the Advanced Family Law course. I'm interested in hearing if any of you, because many of you are gifted speakers and authors in this room, if you from your practice area have an idea about how to maintain attendance, how to make better the format, I'm all ears. And of course, I'll listen to your pitch about if you want to be a speaker too. But I really do encourage you, if you have ideas to help Texas Bar CLE, the PDP program, please, I'm here, I'm willing to listen. I want to thank Hetty Bauer, Sharon Sandel for having led the charge for so many years on behalf of Texas Bar Books and Texas Bar CLE. It is a worthy mission, and it is a worthy mission of this state bar to educate the public and our profession and to try to uplift and make better the practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Nicholson. Are there any comments or questions? All right, we will move on to the insurance member benefits, and we'll call up Director Rudy Mateer, Chair of the Insurance Member Benefits Subcommittee.
It's a very long title for whatever stuff every lawyer gets.
All right, y'all. I'm going to give a general report, then specific items regarding some of the things that we spoke about at our committee meeting. The Insurance Benefits Committee met on September 5th and heard about the variety of aspects that are coming with the benefits program. Program consists of the Texas Bar Private Insurance Exchange and non-insurance vendors that support and provide services to our members at a discounted rate. I think that I found all too often that one of the things is whenever we give these updates that somebody is encouraging us to do on a regular basis is that they talk about these benefits, and more often than not, it's ourselves who aren't aware of what's going on with that. Our staff does an active job in trying to get some of these benefits and some of these differences available to folks. And I'd say it's incumbent upon each and every one of us, particularly as directors here, to make sure we let people be aware and cognizant of what those opportunities are from there. The staff continues to market and the benefits from the variety of different aspects, from website ads, print ads, flyers, social media, everything that you'd expect for them to add it to, it's there. So if there's some way that you're saying that you're conveying to folks who want to hear about what these benefits are, it's in some form or fashion available to get those things to folks right there. Now regarding the insurance program updates. Individual and group enrollments grew by 3%. Between FY 2024 and FY 2025. You're going from 13,941 to 14,418. The federal individual health insurance enrollment period will take place November 1st and end January 15th. This plan begins in January 2026. In October, there will be a webinar conducted and posted online to further educate Texas lawyers about their health options. This is the part that is going to be a little heavy, but I think all of us need to hear and understand and convey to people, both who are in the bar and outside the bar. Notable market changes that impact our benefits include premiums are anticipated to increase by an average of 31%. We were pretty shocked when we heard about it ourselves. And it's not just limited to us, it's anyone who has insurance, so an average of 31%. Subsidies that helped individuals earn up to $250,000 are set to expire. So those of you who have not been paying attention to the government shutdown and what's going on with bargaining, please contact your congressperson and senator, because these subsidies are set to expire and there may be a significant impact on people's availability and affordability of insurance. The bar regularly measures customer satisfaction with the service our members receive through the exchange. While our program has consistently outperformed the market, 70% satisfaction rate as compared to usually 40%. The bar tasks its administrators to implement consistent touch points to measure satisfaction after working with the benefits counselors or for buying new products. This will be in place before the end of the fiscal year. New programs coming this fiscal year include retirement and 401k programs with the guidelines. While the current ABA retirement program focuses on large groups, this offer will be made for, again, who makes up the significant portion of our bars? The solos and small firms. A new cybersecurity insurance program through the Texas-based Clear Guidance will be offered too, which, as those of you who have to pay for such things understand how significant that is. So again, we talk about what the bar's doing for our members. This is a big deal. To help members supplement their income and life policies, a group excess liability program is being added. More details to come on that. Now regarding non-insurance benefits. In terms of benefits currently being available, we have 35 benefit providers. These range from rental cars for business travel, which works, law practice management software, computers, personal liability, and more. The Texas Bar will continue to add new vendors that will benefit Texas lawyers in their practices. If you have any questions, or honestly, if you know any vendors that might be interested in actually serving the bar and partnering with the bar and these things, please contact staff right there as well. They're always on the lookout to try to go ahead and make even more of a robust supplement. Smoke ball bill. I heard some smiles with that as well, so I think some of you are familiar with it. Our newest member benefits and smoke ball bill, which was launched in this past year, this standalone cloud-based law firm billing and trust program will be available to all bar members at no cost to them or the bar. No cost. Pretty significant. The product is designed to include everything lawyers need to bill their clients, get paid, and balance their books in a complement manner. This is a trust accounting compliance tool which helps prevent malpractice by providing monthly trust account reconciliation. Smoke ball bill's value is about $39 a month per user, but again, it's being offered for free. As of September 8th, 1,365 firms themselves have signed up for Smoke ball bill, which represents 1,527 users. Rev AI, we keep hearing about AI and we keep wondering what tools are made available to it. You've seen the various different task force through previous presidents talking about that. Well, there's another aspect the bar is offering here. We have a new benefit launching on October 1st with Rev AI, which offers secure AI transcription, recording, and summaries. This speech-to-text technology provides real-time, multi-speaker transcription built specifically for the legal practice. Some of you all may use Firefly and some other aspects right there as well. This is, again, made specifically for lawyers. State bar members have been asking us to add AI-related services to the benefits program, and so we are pleased to offer this transcription. The service handles legal terminology, multiple speakers, and complex audio with all, and this is the key part right here, all human review to help ensure its accuracy. So you're just not going to go ahead and have something that's going to come out from a read. Our humans actually can review to make sure that's actually accurate what you're getting from that. For example, law firms can use the program to consolidate audio depositions, video interviews, written records, and text documents all in one searchable workplace document. Nothing any lawyer, because remember, we got to worry about privacy, any lawyer uploads with Rev AI is shared, sold, or used to train third-party LLM, large language models, ChatGPT, everything else along those lines, out there. So again, it's secure, it's safe, you don't have to worry about actually going ahead and having somebody sell your client or your information to a third party. Lawyers will receive this benefit with a 10% off the basic subscription, which is going to be $107.88 per year, which is, for those of you who are using some of the other programs, this is really reasonable, which will allow for 20 hours of work, AI note-taking, the mobile app, transcription editor, and it's built specifically for those who are solo practitioners and small firms. There's also a 20% off the Pro prescription, which is $201.50 a month, which will give 100 hours with no file limits. Those who worry about clouds, take too many pictures, you may worry about the AIs and things like that. Captions in 37 languages and collaboration tools for various other people to work in your firm at the same time of that. The State Bar Membership Task Force consulted with staff liaison who was working on this to make sure we got some more AI tools and we're able to delegate that. This has actually been a partner with, if those who are a little concerned about how this actually works, go ahead and talk to people in the Austin Bar Association, the Texas Criminal Defense Lawyers Association, the Utah Bar, interesting, and the National Association of Criminal Defense Attorneys. All of those are using this program right now. So if you have any apprehension, there are folks you know in those different groups, you can go and reach out to them as well. And that will be my report. Okay.
All right, thank you, Director Matei. Are there any questions or comments? You may address.
Madam Chair.
Is it? You have to just use the cheerleader voice.
Madam Chair, again, Shannon Quadros, Director from Harris County. Oh, there we go. Thank you so much. Just a quick comment about what Director Matei just mentioned. When I started my firm, there were only 3 of us, and my health insurance, which we shopped in the marketplace, was exorbitant. we switched to the Texas Members Benefit, and I just personally saved just shy of $1,000 a month. And my firm as a whole, several thousands of dollars. So there is no one in my firm that complains about bar dues because of just that benefit alone. And I wanted to share it with the rest. If you're a small, mid-sized firm, the member benefits are tremendous. And it's the bar dues are like a drop in the bucket compared to the thousands in savings. And I encourage everyone to share that message with their constituents.
Thank you, Director Quadros, for sharing that. All right. Any other comments, questions? Okay, up next, we will have the Chair of the Sections Representative to the Board Committee, Director Wingate Voss. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. So, as you know, the Health Loss section submitted a dues increase request, which was approved earlier on the consent agenda. The Civil Liberties and Civil Rights section has proposed changing their name to the Constitutional Law section, and this proposal is working its way through the process, and we anticipate you will hear more about that at our January board meeting. We had our section's new officer orientation, which was held here at the Texas Law Center on August 15th. We had chairs, treasurers, and other officers from every section that are invited every year, and this year we had our largest attendance. We had 81 officers in attendance. So, yay. I want to give a shout out to Lindsay Jackson, who is doing such a great job with our sections department. As far as CLEs, at the 2025 State Bar of Texas annual meeting, our sections were responsible for creating 75.5 hours of CLE programming, including 11.25 hours of ethics credit. And throughout the whole year, the bar year for last year, the sections were responsible for creating over 139 hours of MCLE credit, including 27.5 hours of ethics credit. This stat doesn't include the hours that they created for the annual meeting or all the additional courses the sections helped to put on to co-sponsor with Texas Bar CLE and other entities. So big kudos to our sections. We look forward to the programming that will be forthcoming in this year. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Wingate Voss. Are there any questions or comments from directors? All right, up next, we will move on to our TYLA President, Allison Martinez, to give the TYLA update.
Good morning. I was prepared to say good afternoon, but it looks like we're moving on despite my tardiness this morning. For those who don't know, I missed my very first roll call at one of these meetings, and I had promised Trey that I would not be late, and I have failed in that promise this morning, so I'm very sorry. It won't happen again, and I intend to keep that promise this time around. So when I gave my first report to the TYLA board earlier this month, I started it off using this quote. Hoy empieza una nueva carrera is something my dad would say to my brother and I growing up as he would drop us off every Monday morning typically at school. And he would say it to really emphasize that this is a new week, start of a new week, and we really could set our best foot forward and get the week started off on the right foot forward, right? And, you know, for me, that phrase, I mean, he said it literally every Monday morning. And when my dad talks, he really commands you to listen. Not because you want to, but because he's persistent that you do. In Spanish, we use the word necio. So for those Spanish speakers, you know what I mean. So for me, this year really is about starting strong. It's about keeping our pace and making sure we finish with impact. With that in mind, TYLA is focusing on 4 main pillars for this year. So public service, which I'm sure you've heard me talk about, local affiliate outreach and partnership, first-generation lawyers and the pipeline to the profession, and attorney wellness. And so I will be talking about what we're doing for each of these pillars this year and what we've already done. So for public service, as you may or may not have known, I am a career public service attorney that wasn't intentional on my part, but I found it and I've fallen in love with being a public service attorney. And so when thinking of the project that we were going to be focusing most of our efforts on this year, I knew that it was going to be geared towards public service. And so the Texas Bar Foundation generously granted us a grant to fund what we're calling For the Public, Texas Lawyers in Public Service. And that will be the flagship project that TYLA will be focusing on this year. It is led by our Public Service Committee, but it is distributed amongst all committees within TYLA, making this a collective effort by our incredible board of directors this year. We have already done the work of selecting our vendor who will be designing our website and producing all of the video content that will be featured on this project, and that is Weekends Media. The copywriting, since it is distributed amongst all committees, is already underway, and I've already seen a lot of the documents that will be featured on the website come through, ready for editing, which brings us to far more progress than I expected to have at this point of the year. So I'm really, really happy and proud of that. And just so everyone is on the same page, we're featuring public service attorneys. So we are happy to take on any suggestions. The committee is meeting within the next few weeks to discuss who will be featured. It's not just the website. We're also going to start a podcast. So we would love to really, really highlight the incredible work that public service attorneys are doing all across the state. So moving on to the next pillar, which is local affiliates outreach and partnership. TYLA, alongside the State Bar of Texas and the Access to Justice Committee, worked together to present at the local bar leaders conference. TYLA hosted interactive sessions to support affiliates in planning, programming, and growing membership. At our So we really tried to be very focused and listen to what our local affiliates needed from TYLA, how we can better serve them, and really prompted very engaging content with them so that way we can really, really consider how we partner up with them and what we can do to continue to support them. And then in addition to it, at our first quarter board meeting in Houston, TYLA hosted a networking mixer with the Houston Young Lawyers Association. We welcomed President Lena Silva from HYLA, and our board gathered with theirs to just share in some merriment and some good times and really just continue to work on how we can continue to partner with HYLA. They've already reached out to me and to other members of our board of directors to participate in their leadership academies or other programming, and TYLA is very, very happy to do so. And in direct, there's no slide for this, but in direct response to feedback that we heard at the local bar leaders conference, we will be launching a president's newsletter that will be released to the local affiliates so that they know what TYLA is up to, how TYLA can continue to partner up with them, and all of the things. Okay. So moving on, oh, I guess there was a slide about that. Sorry, I swear I did these. Okay, so moving on to first generation lawyers and the pipeline to the profession. Our third pillar, right, which is very personal to me because I am a first generation lawyer myself, as I'm sure there are many of us in the room. Supporting first generation lawyers and just creating that stronger pipeline to the profession is truly something that I want to focus on for the rest of the year. And one of the first ways that we are doing so is by launching the First Generation Law Student Scholarship Program. The applications have been opened. We have rolled them out at law school orientations across the state. We're still accepting applications until October the 10th, which then our Law Development Committee will review, and we will select 3 winners, and they're pretty generous scholarships. So $5,000 for first place, $3,500 for second place, and $1,500 for third place. So This is truly one of my most favorite things to do throughout our TYLA year, as the stories and that you read through the applications are really stories of resilience and a lot of motivation and determination. This is the first scholarship of its kind, but we've had different scholarships in the past, and so that's what I refer to in reviewing these applications in the past. And so we're really excited to see the stories that come through with this new program. And we are also launching our first ever first-gen lawyer virtual panel and mixer, where we're inviting law students, first-generation law students from across the state to come together with the TYLA Board of Directors. We will be hosting a panel moderated by myself and featuring members of our Law Development Committee and other members of our TYLA Board of Directors. And then we will convene in different breakout sessions to encourage some networking with the students and with the Board of Directors. This is taking place next week on Thursday from 12 to 1. If you know any current law students who are first generation, please encourage them to attend. We are hoping to get really good attendance. And in the future, the committee has shared that they would like to also do one for attorneys, right? So not just students. And so we're going to see how this one goes. We don't want to overshoot and plan for beyond our capacity. So I'm very excited to launch this, and I hope this is programming that we can continue throughout the years and that is sustainable. And a point of personal pride for me, during our Houston board meeting, the TYLA Board of Directors drove from the Houstonian Hotel, which is very comfortable, all the way to the 3rd Ward of Houston, Texas, to the Thurgood Marshall School of Law, which is my alma mater, to put on a public service project that we called Passport to Practice Areas, where we convened our entire Board of Directors, broke them up through the different practice areas that they represent, and held a career expo style presentation. And we invited students from all Houston area law schools to join us. And I was very nervous as we arrived, because as the incredible TYLA ladies and I are unloading the chairs and putting up everything, the lobby was completely empty. And I was quite nervous to think that, I have brought our entire Board of Directors all the way out here, and I don't even know if anyone's going to show up on a Saturday afternoon in Houston, Texas, right? But thankfully, those were just nerves, and they went out the window when I kept seeing student after student after student come into the lobby of Thurgood Marshall School of Law. We had over 75 students join us for that event, that public service project. I cannot express fully how much that meant to me. I am a proud alumna of Thurgood Marshall School of Law, but if you know anything about the law school, it needs a lot of help. And if they tell you anything when you graduate from Thurgood, is that you are resilient and you are a fighter and you make opportunities for yourself. And every student that walked in, and most of them were from Thurgood Marshall, we're hungry for information, we're hungry for the networking, and we're hungry for the connections that they made. And our Board of Directors found it meaningful, the students found it meaningful, and I'm just so, so proud of the work that we did. And I owe it all to the Board of Directors. I owe it all to Tracy Brown, who heard me say this and was like, okay, I think we have time, we'll figure it out, and they made it work. And of course, to our current director, Tim Adams, who is on faculty at Thurgood Marshall School of Law, and our past director, Brandon Draper, who is also faculty at Thurgood Marshall School of Law, for making it all happen. And I'm just so extremely proud of this. So I promise I'll keep going faster through the rest of these, but this was really something I'm really proud of. I said this joke at our board meeting, and I'll say it again. I was particularly grateful for Hisham Masri, You know, he doesn't get a lot of thank yous from me. I'm kidding, he does. We're siblings at this point. We're just tied together, you know, it's been 3 years. He helped me do some law school orientations throughout the months of August and September. And most recently, he was out playing golf while he was fun employed. And I was attempting to be en route to Dallas to present at the University of North Texas's College of Law when my my flight got canceled. And I immediately texted him, I was like, hey, I can't make this. And he's like, well, I'm on the golf course. So I don't know what you're gonna do about that. And I was like, no, can you please go? And he did. I'm kidding. I didn't beg that much. He offered pretty quickly. And 2 days later, he was like, hey, I'm on the golf course again. Can you please not have any TYLA emergencies? And we did it. We were fine. So, but very grateful. Hisham spoke at the A&M Law School orientation. I spoke at Thurgood Marshall School of Law and at Texas Tech. And so our past president, Laura Pratt, was generous enough to drive me around Lubbock and take me to lunch and do all the things. And so very happy to be there. I was also just like trailing Santos, who was also present. And then finally, for attorney wellness, we are bringing back wellness projects with the TYLA board, trying to make ourselves healthy and whole as much as we possibly can. It is a practice in self-care that I am currently exercising as much as I possibly can. But, you know, something as simple as doing a trail walk when we're at our board meetings. We can't quite do the 6 miles that Jen and Trey run or walk all the time, but we can get some movement in or some meditation in or all the things. TYLA is also developing content and programming that will further expand this to the entire state. So be on the lookout for that. And we are also launching our Bar Break podcast, which is a more approachable view of wellness through the attorney lens. Okay. So beyond these 4 pillars, there are also some other things that we have been doing that I'm very proud of and proud to boast about for TYLA. Our social media presence is expanding and it's growing, and that's thanks to the incredible communications team on the TYLA Board of Directors. I like to joke that our communications committee chair, Sarah Harp, is actually my real boss because she reminds me to take pictures and to do what I need to do to get her content. And she does. I'm probably expecting a text from her anytime, any minute now, I'm sure. Our podcasts are being recorded and will be released very soon. We are working on trailers and editing all of the ones that we've already recorded. There's so many that have already been done and so many on the works. So we're really excited to launch those really soon. And another point of personal pride was I was able to interview Barry Crowley, who many of you may know as TYLA's first female president, for our Shiro podcast. And so we did that here at the Law Center. Jeffrey was kind enough to take pictures for us. And those are the ones that you see on the screen. So before I wrap up, these are not on the slides because these were due last Wednesday and this happened last Thursday. So as was mentioned earlier, I had the privilege of attending the Leadership SBOT programming. And as an alumna of the 2019-2020 class, it was just completely fulfilling to see this brand new class embark upon their leadership journey with the state bar, and to come together and form new friendships. I say this all the time, you know, when they tell you these are your friends for life, you kind of roll your eyes a little bit because you're like, okay, relax, it's a professional organization. But it truly is. A lot of the same people that I served with in Leadership SBOT, I've served with on the TYLA board, and they're people that I call friends. On a personal note, our immediate past chair, Courtney White, was my guest at dinner last evening, and that is because she wants to visit my hometown of Laredo, Texas, where we will be going right after, and that's a friendship that I know that I'll have for the rest of my life. And so I'm so excited to see the journeys that they are embarking upon. This program works. And so many of us are living testament of that. I know Brittany and I are. And I implore you to really go out there and nominate individuals that you think are right for this, and really get the word out that this program is your foot into the doors of the State Bar and to TYLA. I also want to thank Trey for his very kind and generous comments. This past year, I've learned so much about what it is to be a leader because of Trey Apfel. So I am just so grateful and so lucky to be in your presence and to learn from you. And finally, to our wonderful ladies, I can never thank you enough, and I probably will thank you every chance that I have. Tracy, Bree, and Michelle from TYLA, Jen, Tammy, Kaylin, Karen Shevins from the State Bar. I know you're supposed to fake it until you make it and not show how much you're sweating, but the presidency is hard. It's not easy. And these ladies just make it so much easier for me. I'm humbled truly by their diligence, their dedication, their forgiveness when I'm late. Again, I'm sorry, Jen. And their true friendship. I know that they're in my life for the rest of it. And I have never laughed as much as I do in our car rides. So thank you for that too. That's good self-care. And yeah, and so just in closing, we've had a strong start and we're setting a good pace for TYLA. Today we're starting a new race. We've already started it. But we're proud of the momentum we have so far, and we're committed to making the State Bar proud of TYLA, and happy to see the work that we do. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Allison. Are there any comments from the directors? All right, we're going to go back to agenda item number 18, and we will start with Judge McClure. If you could come up and give us the report from the Court of Criminal Appeals.
Good morning, everyone. So in July, I had the opportunity to attend the Bar Leaders Conference in Houston. Most of you know this, but just briefly, it brings together bar leaders, obviously, by the title. It's sort of like when people ask me, what does the Court of Criminal Appeals do? And I say, criminal cases that are appealed. But at that conference, one of the themes was how do we get more lawyers involved in local bars, and obviously being involved in the local bar probably is a pathway to get involved more with the State Bar. And one of the things I brought up in my experience is that a lot of criminal lawyers don't see either the local bar or frankly the State Bar as a resource or as something to get really involved in. So as you've been implored to go out and do presentations to your regions, just keep in mind that in the big, in Harris County and Dallas County, the DA's office isn't the biggest law firm, but it's one of the biggest law firms in the county. And outside of Harris and Dallas, I would imagine in most counties, the biggest law firm in the county is the district attorney's office. So don't forget your district attorney's offices. Also in the big counties, you have large public defender's offices. So don't forget the public defenders when you're doing your outreach. The second thing I wanted to talk about, it's something that Justice Lehrman hit on. Our court too is in a bit of a transition. We have 3 new members. We also have and one of those new members is our presiding judge. And one of the things that we've noticed as far as change is that we are going to have more oral arguments. And so you will see us have more oral argument than we have in the past, which is a segue to if you were in the DFW area next Tuesday, we are having oral argument at Texas A&M Law School. So come out. If you've never seen our court do oral argument, usually it's pretty lively, especially when we're on the road. I probably shouldn't say this, but we try to put on a little bit of a show when we're on the road. So we try to pick cases that are maybe more interesting than others, and we try to ask more questions than perhaps we normally would. So you will see a much less restrained Court of Criminal Appeals when we meet outside of Austin. Also along those lines, probably in the first week of February, we'll be at SMU Law School doing the same thing. So kind of put that in the back of your mind. And then finally, There's a group called the Judicial Commission on Mental Health. Many of you are aware of that. I am one of the co-chairs of that, along with Justice Bland on the Supreme Court, and we're having, our annual summit is October 7th and 8th in Houston. And it may be too late for you to sign up now, but just kind of keep in mind, one of the things that the judiciary as a whole is really focused on is mental health. Those of you who do criminal law, those of you who do family law, even if you just do regular old run-of-the-mill civil law, see the intersection with mental health in our justice system, not just criminal side, but all parts of the law. I know we're not supposed to call them pro se's anymore, but if you've ever had a case with somebody who's representing themselves, oftentimes the mental issues are trailing not too far behind that. And it's something that I feel very strongly about. Along the lines of what has been mentioned earlier about the state bar being politically neutral, I think one of the good things that the Judicial Commission on Mental Health does is has preserved that independence, but also that neutrality to advocate things that help everyone. There are a lot of initiatives that JCMH has spearheaded that have passed through the legislature. One of the big problems when you talk about mental health, especially in criminal law, is competency restoration. Obviously, you can't try somebody for a criminal offense if they're not competent. And so, in past years, it's taken a couple years sometimes for people to have their competency restored so they can have their trial. And as you might imagine, that's a bit of a problem. If somebody's incompetent to stand trial, they wait 2 years to be found competent, and then they're acquitted. It's like, well, did they get their 2 years back? So it's an issue that is very interesting to me. I've seen it firsthand, both as a prosecutor, but also as a judge. If you're interested in that, always feel free to contact me, and we'll see ways that you can get involved in the Mental Health Commission. And as always, if you're in Austin on a Tuesday or Wednesday, feel free to call me, and I'll give you the VIP tour of the court, and you can throw a football or kick or soccer ball with me in my office. So thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you, Judge McClure. Are there any questions or comments from directors?
What's the night they're going to be in Fort Worth?
Judge,
Next Tuesday.
all right, so it'll be in Fort Worth next Tuesday. All right, up next, we will hear from Judge Victor Villarreal with our judicial section report. Come on up.
Good morning. Madam Chair, Mr. President, directors and liaisons, the judicial section of the State Bar, the motto for our section this year is advancing justice together. This is a recognition that although judges serve on different benches in diverse areas across the state, the law is the same everywhere. And when we judges collaborate, when we talk about case and courtroom management, when we share ideas about the application of law or about maintaining high ethical standards, we do in fact advance justice together. The judicial section this year has several projects in the works. The largest one this year is creating, for the first time for our section, a judicial section toolkit. It's similar to a bench card, but it's a series of bench cards across several areas of law, including family, civil, criminal, probate, juvenile, mental health, judicial administration, and many others. I can't take credit for this idea. It was Judge Davis at our spring retreat who asked me, hey, why doesn't our section have a toolkit? Folks, I have learned after many, many years that if somebody proposes an idea, the very first words out of my mouth need to be, that's a great idea. What can we do to make that happen? And the very next words out of their mouth need to be a plan that includes them. This is my polite way of saying, oh my goodness, that's a lot of work. What are you gonna do and what do you expect me to do? So his response to me, he gave me some thoughts, some ideas, and he said, put me on the Family Law Toolkit Committee. So I said, you're on. So because of our conversation, there are over 30 judges all around the state, well over 30 judges all around the state in all 3 levels of the judiciary that are working to make this happen. Because of our work, our efforts, our thoughts, and our collaboration, we're going to have a great year. And together, we are advancing justice together for the benefit of judges, lawyers, and litigants all around Texas courts. With that, I welcome any thoughts, comments, questions, or suggestions, or involvement. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any comments or questions? Oh, okay. Judge Trey Schrader, our federal judicial liaison, has an excused absence, so there will be no report from him. And that takes us to our out-of-state liaison, Rob Addy. Come on up.
I'm so prepared for this meeting. I have slides. Very excited. It's great to see everybody. I'll get to the content in a minute, but I'm always struck at these meetings, being from Colorado, and reminded how fortunate we as Texas lawyers are to have this organization. I know there's this ongoing discussion at all times about whether states should have a mandatory or voluntary bar. In Colorado, we have a voluntary bar, and if anybody would like to talk to me about how it's different to practice law there than it is here, having the support of this organization, I was just sort of moved by everything I've seen so far. So I just wanted to start with that. But what I wanted to talk to everybody about today is that every 2 years, the State Bar sends out a survey to the out-of-state attorneys, and we're coming up on that this year, and so I've been working on that for the last few months. Just to sort of give everybody the facts, level set a little bit, so our out-of-state lawyers make up about 14% of our membership. There was about 15,000, almost 16,000 in 2024, and that number has been growing. It's grown by 56% over a decade, faster than the rate of growth of the bar generally. In fact, more than double. And so it's a significant segment of our membership. It's important that we kind of understand what their concerns are. So the last time we did the survey, the report is there on the left, it was in 2023. And we reached about 11,000 members, and we had 2,000 responses, which was a statistically valid sample, I'm told. And some of the key findings, the things that we learned the last time around, was that there's a strong loyalty to having that Texas license. People are proud of it. We hope to see that again this year. We asked about Texas CLE. People saw it as a very high value product, but that there was some lack of flexibility for people that are trying to get credit in both states, or just a lack of understanding on how to do that, which I will tell you, when you're licensed in multiple states, it is just this constant thing you're worried about. How can I make sure I'm getting my hours in both states? The nice thing, I think, was that people tended to think that our dues are about comparable to other state dues, but our services in general, benefits in general, are a little bit higher than people's home states, which I think, we're again hoping to see this year. And then, the overall, there was an overall sentiment of a desire to connect, of a desire for out-of-state lawyers to be recognized and supported. So those are kind of the 4 key takeaways. The last time we looked at that, and with the help of Corey Squires and Lowell Brown on our staff, we started putting together the survey for this year, and Corey is the one that did all the heavy lifting, but the goal, the charge was, how can we better communicate with our out-of-state lawyers, how can we better understand them, and how can we better serve them as a bar. And so they did the hard work, they created the draft, I edited it, and it will be going live in about a week and a half on October 7th. It'll run for about 3 weeks. This year, we're going to send it out to about 16,000 recipients, hoping to get the same great response rate we got last time. The report will be drafted over the fall, and then I'll return in January to give you a report on what we found. I'd like to tell you a little bit about some of the questions we're asking this time. And we sort of, we looked at 4 different areas where we kind of ask questions. One is, awareness of the benefits that we have. The second is just engagement with Texas in general and the State Bar. Wanted to ask a few more questions about MCLE. And then just sort of the questions about, how are we supporting you? How can we improve? Things like that. So let me get to a few of these. So one of the first questions was, which of these services have you used over the last year? And some of this is to make sure people know about these things. What we might actually do is have hyperlinks in the survey so they can actually see that these benefits exist. But I am curious as to the rate of utilization from our out-of-state lawyers on some of these things. So we're going to ask about that. We're also going to ask about, gosh, I can't read that. How do the benefits and services compare? And again, last time we asked this question, most people said it was at least comparable or in fact better. More than 50%, I think, said it was better. We're hoping to get the same numbers this time around, but we'll see. I came up with some questions about just general engagement with Texas and with the State Bar. So, we're asking, have you ever lived in Texas? How often do you travel to Texas? By the way, if anybody answers never or rarely, it branches off to another question to ask, like, what's wrong with them and, like explain yourself, what's going on. And, when was the last time you appeared in court in Texas? I think that will give us a sense as to how engaged these folks are in Texas. We'll learn a little bit more about their engagement. We also asked, did they vote in the last election? And if not, why not? I'm kind of curious as to what those answers will be. We have a free text. Response there. But, I suspect most people, they get the ballot and, it just gets tossed in the pile with other things. So, but, if there are specific reasons, especially maybe people don't realize they can vote in the elections if they don't live out of state, we want to get to the bottom of that. On the CLE questions, we're mostly just going to ask, did you take, first of all, do you seek CLE accredit, do you take courses in Texas? A lot of folks will take the out-of-state waiver. Others that practice here more frequently, like myself, do not. I get my CLE hours. And then, just asking how we would rate the ease of receiving CLE credit in Texas, from outside, when you're outside of Texas. And this is something we saw in the survey comments last year, that either people weren't aware of how to get CLE credit in Texas for a course they took somewhere else, or they thought the process was too onerous. So we might want to think about ways we can improve that, but let's see what folks say about it. And then, just falling into the last category of overall support, we're asking people, how are we doing generally in supporting you as an out-of-state lawyer? And, we'll see what folks say, and then we ask for suggestions for improvement. So this is this is basically what we have planned. Next meeting, I will report back on what we've learned. Now, we do have about a week and a half before we launch the survey. So my email address is up there. If anybody has any thoughts on things we could improve, a complete copy of the survey is in your materials. Reach out, let me know. We'll have a chance to edit things, tweak things a little bit. If there's a question you really want me to ask, happy to do it, including like people's opinion of their out-of-state liaison. I'm happy to do that. But other than that, that is my report, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rob. Are there any questions or comments from directors? Okay, so it is 11:50 and lunch is here. So let's do kind of a working lunch. If everyone wants to go ahead, and we'll take a break now, grab your things, and then let's try and be back by 12:05 so we can get through the rest of the agenda and get everyone home on this Friday. All right, the time is now 12:16, and we'll call the meeting back to order. Before we continue on with our agenda, I just wanted to inform the board that during our first break, Director Carlo Tabuada, District 12 Director, has tendered his resignation to our Executive Director. In light of his resignation, President Vargas will appoint someone as soon as possible to fulfill his unexpired term. Up next, we have Sally Pretorius, and she is the Chair of the Commission for Lawyer Discipline, and I'll go ahead and call her up for her report.
Hi, happy lunchtime. So hopefully I got everybody in a good mood. So first, thank you so much for calling out all of our empty spots. We're happy to report on the commission. We have 2 of the DFW spots filled, and I saw Rebecca Linehan in here, so I can bother her later about the 2 Lubbock ones that were in here as well. The quarterly report for the Commission on Lawyer Discipline can be found in your materials, so feel free to look at them at your own free will, and contact Shauna if you have any questions about them. We have some highlights for you to keep it short and quick. Our disciplinary statistics for the first quarter of the year, which would have been June 1 of this year through August 31st of this year, we had 53 complaints that were resolved through 46 sanctions. The sanctions that were imposed were 3 disbarments, 2 resignations in lieu of discipline, 18 suspensions, 6 public reprimands, 9 private reprimands, and 15 grievance referral program diversions. We also recovered $57,932 in attorney's fees revenue collected between June and August 31st. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me or Shauna. Thank you. Short and sweet.
All right, are there any questions or comments from our directors? All right, moving along. Up next, we will have Patrice Childress, the Chair of the Texas Center for Legal Ethics. Come on up.
Good afternoon. Well, first of all, thank you to the State Bar leadership for giving me this time on your agenda today to provide a brief update about the Texas Center for Legal Ethics. As you all know, the center was founded in 1989 by 3 former Chief Justices of the Supreme Court of Texas. In that same year, we adopted the Texas Lawyers Creed, both in response to what was at the time an alarming trend of an increasing amount of unprofessional conduct by Texas attorneys. Since that time, the center has played an instrumental role in promoting ethics education, making sure that we are all upholding the aspirations and ideals of the Texas Creed, and making sure that Texas lawyers are following that aspirational goal of ethical and professional conduct. As I know everyone in this room recognizes, there's sometimes a myth that to be zealous advocates for our clients, we need to cast aside civility, when in fact we all know or should know that it is how we best serve our clients and the profession when we aspire to uphold the highest ethical and professional standards. So that's been an important mandate for the Texas Center for Legal Ethics, and something that we're proud of carrying forward with the educational programming that we provide. I want to take a brief moment to thank the Supreme Court of Texas, and in particular, Justice Lehrman, who I know spoke earlier today, who've provided great support for the center. This is an exciting time for the Texas Center for Legal Ethics. We're celebrating a 35th anniversary year. We had an opportunity to kick that off at the annual bar meeting this summer with the reception for past leaders and supporters of the center. I'd invite you to visit our website, where we have a video featuring some of our past leaders kind of reflecting on the great work of the Texas Center for Legal Ethics, and a lot of the programming that we have going forward. We're really proud of the programming that we have. You know, I know we always like to think one of the favorite and fun things at the bar convention is our early morning ethics, where we always get great attendance, even at the early hour. So something that we plan to continue forward. In addition to an anniversary year, this is also a year of transition for the center. We said goodbye to our long-term executive director, John Jonathan Smaby, who is now enjoying retirement. He was a great steward of the center for many years, and so we thank him for that leadership. But I'm absolutely thrilled with Brad Johnson, our new executive director, who I'll introduce in just a moment, who has been a great and wonderful addition to the center. He's a face and name that's familiar to, I know, many in this room, who's been a longtime servant of the State Bar and public service in Texas. And so we haven't skipped a beat at all, and I know there's great things ahead under Brad's leadership. So with that, let me hand it over to Brad to share some more about what the center's been working on.
Thank you, Patrice. I want to personally thank you for your great leadership. It's been great to have you on board as a trustee and as chair since I started, so thanks for everything you've done. And it's really an honor to be here. I have so much respect for the board of directors and the work that you do. Want to particularly thank President Vargas for his support, as well as our immediate past president, our president-elect. Thank you, Trey, for all of your support, and Chair Harrison, thank you as well, and good luck on your chair year ahead. Ross, Chris, thank you all as well. The Center for Legal Ethics, we have the straightforward but really awesome mission of promoting the highest standards of ethics and professionalism in Texas. And we've really been hard at work on that. I share the sentiments that were expressed about Jonathan Smaby. Thanks to Jonathan for the great job that he did for the center over the years. Just a few highlights for you. I don't want to take too long, but to bring you up to speed on some things that we've been working on. We have our Justice James A. Baker course, the Guide to Ethics and Professionalism in Texas. That's something that's required for all new lawyers, and it's something we take seriously, so we continue to dedicate our work towards that. We do a number of other courses. We have our Ethics to Go webinars that you can tune into each month. I'll give you the sneak preview that we have Claude Declue joining in October. I know a lot of you probably know Claude, so I think that should be a great program. We do a lot of other speaking engagements, so let us know if you're ever looking for an ethics speaker. I spoke recently with some law school students as part of a roundtable talking about ethics and other subjects for those who were interested in potential solo practice down the road. We have an ethics question of the month column that's in the Bar Journal each month, so be sure to check that out. It's also an interactive format on our website, and we can't see your answers, so I know everyone in here has like 100% perfect score over the years, but we can't see if you happen to miss one. We're only in the survey, I think it's the second most popular part of the Bar Journal, second most popular feature, just behind the disciplinary actions. So it's tough competition, I guess. We took part in the local bar leaders conference in July, and that was a great chance to network and communicate with local bar leaders and state bar leaders regarding what we can do to help facilitate their missions. And lastly, just to highlight, recently at the Supreme Court Historical Society's annual Hemp Hill Dinner, we had the chance to present our Justice James, that's actually the course, Chief Justice Jack Pope Professionalism Award that we give out each year. And it's named in honor of former Chief Justice Jack Pope, and it's really awarded to a member of the appellate bar that personifies the highest standards of integrity and professionalism. And so we were thrilled this year to present that to Mike Hatchell of Haynes and Boone. He was able to appear and make some remarks, and the Chief Justice was able to present him with the award. And on that note, I also want to thank not just the Bar's board and leadership, but the Supreme Court. We've had a lot of support from the court over the years, and Senior Justice Learman is our liaison, so we're certainly thankful to her. I won't take any more of your time, but again, I thank you all for your work and look forward to working with everybody here going forward.
Thank you, Brad and Patrice. Are there any questions or comments from directors? All right, we are going to move on to our discussion item number 21, Texas Access to Justice Commission. And we will hear from the chair. Come on up. It's Harriet Myers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this time to be with you, and I'd just like to emphasize how impressive it is to hear about your work and what is going on and the progress that's being made. So thank you for everything that you do. Earlier this year, of course, the commission completed its strategic plan, adding certain items related to technology. And those were suggested actually by Justice Brett Busby, who is our liaison, in wanting us to emphasize how important it is that we look at technology and what other states are doing and what other organizations are doing, and making sure that we are doing everything we can. And that is so important in access to justice, because our reach is very limited compared to the needs. So that's already been emphasized today, and it's so true. So if we can use technology to help, we want to do it, and we're using it, we hope, both effectively and efficiently to outline for those who need help and can't get a lawyer to help, the use of forms that can be provided to them electronically, and they can fill them out and get justice as they deserve. So we are involved now in the implementation, of course, of our strategic plan, and particularly launching 3 new committees to emphasize rural access issues, judicial education, and communication and outreach. And we have great leaders working on all of those issues. We're still in the process of populating our committees, so one thing that I would really always request is, if you have an interest in serving on our committees at the Access to Justice Commission, we would love to hear from you, and particularly in these strategic planning areas. For example, we are very much in need of someone or more than one in the panhandle of Texas working with us on the rural access issues. So if you know of someone to suggest in that area, it would be very helpful to us. We have formed a oversight committee composed of our executive committee and all of our committee chairs to observe and make sure that there's accountability in implementation of the strategic plan. We're also very involved with our law school advisory committee and its best practices survey, and we're just so proud of the work that's being done there, and thankful to Dean Brad Tobin and to Tom Leatherberry, who are leading those efforts. And we're actually so thankful that the deans of our law school have stepped forward to serve on our law school advisory committee, which is a statement from the schools just how important they view access to justice is, and we're thrilled with that. There will be this survey that will be published, and it will try to analyze what can be learned from the pro bono efforts and education of law students in the pro bono area. And we feel like that will be very important, and also it will help us better make sure that when law students leave school, they are ready and able to begin pro bono work right out of the box. So that's the hope. We have a very active Veterans Committee. You hear a lot about that, I know, because a bunch of you are around Terry Tottenham, and you're going to hear about veterans. So he chairs our committee along with General Alfred Valenzuela. It continues to emphasize the Take One campaign. So they're asking that every lawyer at least take one veterans case a year to make sure that we give our veterans the legal services they deserve, having served us. So if you haven't done that, can do it, we really encourage you to do it. We've already talked about the local bar leaders conference. There was an access to justice emphasis there, of course, and we appreciated that opportunity. And during that opportunity, we could stress the veterans' needs and how we can serve those needs. So particularly important for veterans. That committee also is working to expand veterans clinics. We've talked recently about the arrangement that exists with respect to Tunnels to Tower in Houston, and now there is a similar effort in Austin, and we are glad to see that expanding there also. We have an awards committee that is at work, frankly, while I'm speaking. So they're hard at work. Those awards are important to emphasize not just that work's being done, but also that we are recognizing people who do that work especially and stand out. So I will say the Deborah G. Hankinson Awards honor local bar organizations and young lawyer organizations who demonstrate a commitment to access to justice in their communities and who raise financial support for legal services providers. And these awards this year are going to the following: in Division I, Jefferson County Bar Association; Division II, the Houston Lawyers Association; Division III, the Austin Bar Association, and the Young Lawyer Affiliate. And I didn't participate in this, but it's the Dallas Association of Young Lawyers. So I'll just mention, of course, our Champions of Justice. Last year it was a smashing success. As you may have heard, for this year, Sandra Phillips of Toyota has graciously agreed to serve as co-chair. She recruited Monica Caraturi to be her co-chair. That's, of course, the general counsel at CenterPoint Energy. We're so excited when we can get corporations of that magnitude, really, to weigh in and help. They will, I'm sure, be working hard, so I hope everybody will be talking to your firms or your partners or whoever you need to make sure that we support that gala again as we did this year. And this year it produced proceeds going, thanks to the State Bar, directly to the proceeds raised go directly to services because the State Bar underwrites the expense. So we are grateful to the State Bar of Texas for their willingness to do that. And we're indebted to David McAtee and Van Beckwith, who really took this gala to a different level and allowed us to almost double the amount of money that's ever been raised before. So we do know that the co-chairs are out looking for a speaker who could be as great as Brian Stevenson was. We have to say good luck to him on that. But if anybody can do it, they can, because that was an amazing speaker, and that's the kind of speaker that they are looking for. The event, again, will be at the Four Seasons. We certainly concluded that that is the right venue for this particular event. So it's not too early to be soliciting people to support. So if you could let us know early that you're in there at that $35,000 level, or maybe even at the $50,000 underwriting sponsor, that'd be great. So talking about it, the gala is real exciting because it did raise significant funds, but we also wanted to talk about our dues checkoff, because for this year, I'm told that we have an estimated total of $1,742,853.64 compared to $1,580,354.91 last year. So that is a great improvement, and we need to just keep going in that direction. The sad part is that that is a very small percentage of our lawyers participating, though. I can't give you we've used the 8% number. It's probably higher than that now with that increased amount. And I've got an asterisk by the increased amount because I was told, now don't tell them it's for sure because we have to audit it. So it sounded like a pretty particular number to me, though, so I thought I could say it. So, and I'll apologize next meeting if I have to. So we are grateful to the lawyers who gave, and understand many are not in positions where they can do what we would ask of them, but we're grateful for all of those that did participate. And so that, coupled with the wonderful President Vargas' effort to raise funds through his computers, is really a wonderful good news story, adding to the vast number of lawyers who already participate in access to justice in our state. We can always do better, and that's why we love talking about access to you all. So thank you so much, and I guess we're pretty coming to the end, so I don't know how much longer you'll be going, but I hope you have a great rest of the meeting.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from the directors? Okay, so we will move next to have a report from our general counsel, Ross Fisher.
Thank you. In my effort to keep you updated on legal developments that impact your role as board members, I want to draw your attention to an Attorney General's opinion that was issued a mere 11 days ago, KP 500. And KP 500 interprets Chapter 572 of the Government Code. That is entitled Standards of Conduct for State Officers. That's what obligates you to file your personal financial statement. And this AG opinion interprets the conflict of interest statute that applies to state officers and state board members, 572-058. And it says that when a member of a board having policy direction over a state agency has a personal or private interest in a matter before the board, he or she shall disclose that fact in an open meeting and refrain from participation. Violation subjects the person to removal from office, and that removal is at the initiation of the Attorney General. So the Attorney General can petition for removal unilaterally, or at the request of another board member, or at the request of a resident. So this request came from the Nueces River Authority, who asked, basically, they said, we have a board member, and we're considering entering into an agreement with another public agency, and that board member's brother-in-law is an officer of that public agency. Do you think that's a conflict of interest? And should he vote on it? And by the way, he already did. So a little belated request. And the Attorney General's office starts by going over the statute, says this is a statute, you cannot have a personal, or if you have a personal or private interest, you have to recuse yourself, disclose it and recuse yourself. And then it says, and the government code says personal or private interest has the same meaning as the Texas Constitution, the provision dealing with legislative conflicts of interest. And so they say, well, look there for a definition. But of course, there's not a definition. So they say personal or private interest is not defined, and there's not a single court case interpreting it. So we're going to have to do a deep dive, and they do a deep dive into the historical writings of legal luminaries, including Thomas Jefferson, Jim Maddox, and Dan Morales. And they come to the conclusion that an appearance of impropriety independently counsels in favor of recusal. And so the answer to should he have recused himself is, yeah, he should have, because a personal or private interest can originate from a familial relationship that has a potential to influence a public official in the exercise of their public duties. So there's a lot of squishy language in this about the potential to have a conflict or the appearance of a conflict, and how even the appearance of a potential conflict can undermine the public's. So it's not a lot of bright lines coming out of this one. But the bottom line is they're looking at this scenario after the fact and saying, yeah, that was wrong. And now, I don't know what happens next to this person. Are they going to get removed? Is the AG going to initiate removal proceedings? Is another member of the board going to ask for that? But the takeaway is that it's very nebulous, and it basically, they talk about cases where somebody's sister was on the other side of a transaction, somebody's brother-in-law was on the other side of a transaction, but that person recused himself, so it was okay. But basically, the takeaway is if you're envisioning a transaction and you're related to anybody on the other side of it, even if it's not a technical conflict or there's no financial interest, the thing to do is to go ahead and disclose it and recuse yourself from participation in that, lest you find yourself subject of opinion 501, which we don't want. So happy to answer any questions about it. I encourage you to go read it. It's 7 pages, and it's kind of interesting. And they, it's not a lot of bright lines. It's very subjective, but they reached the conclusion that this person got it wrong. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ross. Any other comments or questions from directors? All right. Up next, we will have a report from our Chief Legal Counsel, Chris Ritter.
I'll be brief. I'm here to just share some good news. The good news, one of the pieces of good news is that we're not going to need a closed session. Because the news I'm going to announce is public record, but before I do, I did want to at least posit the possibility that Judge Cohen this morning, when he said I wasn't nice to him, I think he was mixing me up with Trey over here. I'd go into more detail, but it's not on the agenda. That said, Turnbull, who, how many of you remember being personally served by that with that lawsuit? In in April of 23, March of 23, that was filed and served on our board, and it later split into 2 cases, one federal that went all the way to the Supreme Court, and in April of 24, cert was denied by the Supreme Court on that case, so it ended there. But in March of 24, a separate lawsuit was filed in state court. That one's been lingering in the courts of appeals. And the Turnbull case had to do with a claim really alleging a failure to prosecute case. And the problem with the plaintiff's case was really standing. There's a lot of case law about that. But at the end of the day, I just wanted to announce on August 15th, the plaintiff filed a motion to dismiss the appeal that was lingering between the 3rd and 15th Courts of Appeals. And on August 22nd, the court dismissed that case. So it's completely over. And the rumor is, I don't have personal knowledge, but the rumor is that a settlement was reached between Turnbull and Microsoft, who is really the alleged bad actor or alleged wrongful actor. But with that, unless there's any questions, that ends my report. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments from directors? Okay, that's all we have on the agenda. So is there a director who wishes to make a motion to adjourn? Whoa, just one person. Someone. Okay, moved by Chris Nicholson and seconded by Noel Hicks. Is there any discussion? All directors in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passed. We're adjourned at 12:45.